Hello everyone. Today, a very interesting story awaits you. And before it starts, I would like to ask you to like this video and subscribe to the channel. This story begins in a big city during the time of the law. The transmission of cultivation by inheritance was forgotten. The spiritual tsi of the whole world dried up. All this led to the fact that heavenly punishment did not appear in the palaces of the celestials for several thousand years. Our hero was a young man with black short straight hair. He was slim and tall. The young man thought that the world had come to the point that for any cultivator, the absence of punishment meant hopelessness. But still, the guy found his way in this hopeless world. Suddenly, there was a strong surge of energy, similar to peals of lightning and thunder over the tallest skyscraper of a large metropolis. A figure of a man appeared on the roof of the skyscraper. Circles of lightning radiated from his body, sparkling with the remnants of released energy. The young man's body gave its last charge to the ground as it landed. The guy thought that he would become the last cultivator of this world, and today he would ascend to heaven, becoming a celestial. He hoped for the opening of the palaces of heavenly punishment. This body and soul had a different appearance. Our hero's name was Hai-Su. The young man was thoughtful while reading a book in the library. He stood among the shelves filled with books. The two girls looked at the young man with interest. At this time, he thought that in this world, people believed that one could become a great hero, fluttering in the skies like an immortal celestial. The guy improved his body, trying to load himself with physical activity. He tried his best every single day. The boy was alone in his aspirations. The young man found all the ancient legends. He tested them by traveling around the world alone. The young man underwent many trials. Once, a guy ran away from a pack of wolves chasing him. Hai-Su found magical signs and clues and put them together one by one, like puzzles into a single picture, which revealed to him much of what he wanted to know. The young man was pleased because he was able to collect cultivation techniques that had been crushed into small pieces and scattered all over the world. The guy plunged headlong into these ancient remains of former power and collected the spiritual psi of this world, piece by piece. The young man sat in the lotus position on an ancient stone and had knowledge about cultivation. Our hero achieved all this only thanks to his work and knowledge. He managed to strengthen his superhuman gifts. This spiritual power has developed and reached unprecedented heights. All the guy's knowledge and discoveries that he received eventually led him to one place. He screamed as another facet of the truth was revealed to him, that they really did exist. The heavenly gates, over which a fiery bird with mighty wings flew, appeared before our hero. He rose into the skies, approaching them. These were the palaces of the celestial being that opened. The fiery phoenix said threateningly to the man that he did not know how he ended up here and how he managed to get here, but our hero should not have been there. The boy looked up at the phoenix. He remembered that this was a phoenix bird, a sacred beast, the guardian of the palaces of the celestials. The guy apologized and said, "He is not just a person, but he is a recently ascended celestial, and his name is Hai-Su." The young man thought that they would soon become colleagues, and it was worth getting to know the guardian bird better. The young man began to rummage through his pockets. But he remembered that he had not taken anything with him and regretted that he had not thought of some kind of gift in advance. Our hero regretted that he had nothing for the bird. The guardian told the man, calling him a celestial, that he was late because the palaces of the celestials no longer exist. At these words, tongues of flame emanated from her wings from time to time. Phoenix received a strange blow from somewhere above. He started to fly away. Our hero shouted to him to stop and explain what it meant. There are no celestial beings. Isn't that them? Thousands of years ago, the heavenly Tao was destroyed. The heavenly punishment disappeared and the cultivation of souls was cut short. The guy started running among the clouds towards the gate, his body resisting a powerful force. The gates were collapsing before our eyes, stones and trees were flying in the air, the phoenix was moving further and further away. He said that since the cultivation was cut off, no one has appeared or ascended to the halls. Our hero tried to follow the bird. The phoenix said that without the celestials, it is impossible for the palaces to exist. A fiery bird flew over a tall wooden building, which began to collapse. Hai-Su stood in front of a building with a beautiful porch and wooden columns. The young man asked the bird how it was that no one ascended to the palace, but he was here, and he became a celestial. Phoenix said that his soul had indeed taken possession of the true energy of the world of celestials, but since there is no heavenly punishment that purifies new celestials, his body will remain the body of a mere mortal. The guardian said that the young man cannot avoid old age and death, so how can he be called an immortal celestial? The guy stood among objects flying around and collapsing wooden buildings. The fire phoenix said that he was very glad that at least someone could come here. At these words, the fiery wings of the bird spewed tongues of flame. The guardian, seeing the young man's good attitude towards her, said that he was kind, so he would receive something as a reward. Energy invisible to the eye penetrated the young man's body. He felt the tension. Phoenix said that he could send him to any of the worlds, where he would not be a mere mortal layman, but would become a great long liver and would enjoy all the gifts of the world, having money and girls. The guardian of the palace added that the guy would be able to experience any of the 10,000 worlds and move between them absolutely freely. He could be the great ruler of an ancient empire. The bird said that Hai-Su could choose to be reborn in the body of one of the creatures if he wanted to do so. He will have the opportunity to live in tropical forests over which mountains rise. Phoenix predicted that our hero can wield a sword perfectly and can also take possession of the remaining artifacts and scrolls that no one else needs. He can take everything he needs. Our hero, after listening to the fiery phoenix, asked whether in these worlds it is possible to ascend to the palaces. The guy was thoughtful, as great opportunities and many temptations opened up before him. The guardian sadly said that no, the palaces of the celestial being were destroyed. The way here was closed. Objects and debris, pieces of wooden structures continued to fly in the air. Everything around was in chaos. The guy stood in front of 2 columns, which were the only ones left intact in the midst of this chaos. He noted that the heavenly Tao had been destroyed and the path to ascension had disappeared. There was an ancient inscription above the entrance with 2 columns. The guy asked the bird because it said that the reason for the destruction of the palaces of the Celestials was the lack of new ascended ones. The fiery guardian flapped her wings and flew over the young man, saying that this is true, so he must choose peace for himself and enjoy life, and that is all he can do for him. Our hero did not believe that this was all that was left for him in this situation. He asked what if he wanted to stay here. The guy thought that it would not be bad to stay here and restore the palaces, then find the path to the eternal immortality of the Celestial. In his hands was a small golden figurine depicting a beast, a fiery phoenix spreading its wings in flight. He flew right over the young man's head and said, "If so." Without finishing speaking, the bird flew beyond the clouds. The wooden steps, one by one, began to fall down. The young man's gaze revealed more and more heavenly surfaces and clouds. The bird's words came one by one. If so, then the palaces of the Celestials. A plateau appeared in the clouds in front of the young man, on which in the center was a sign of eternity in the form of a circle. There were wooden steps leading up to the plateau, which looked like a destroyed bridge leading there. Then, the Palace of 9 Shining Stars appeared. Its golden walls with blue multi-tiered roofs appeared as if out of nowhere. The words of the keeper of the halls continued to flow in the air. A swirl of phoenix feathers which turned white swept through the air, and the bird transformed into a girl. Who said that now all this, including her, will belong to him? The girl, approaching, acquired a red dress and the appearance of a fair-haired girl with large brown eyes and a beautiful slender figure. The beauty who was recently a phoenix bird said that her name is Xiao Tzu, but you can just call him Tzu, and she is waiting for future instructions from him. The guy was surprised looking at her. He said that she had just been a phoenix, and now she had turned into a girl. She replied that changing shape is the natural power of divine beasts. The young man suggested that she become a phoenix again, because it would feel better. He decided to diffuse the situation a little. The girl got a little angry and said that her neck already hurts from bending down all the time, talking to him. She then countered that normal people should like such feminine forms. Our hero asked the beauty whether she really was transferring the heavenly palaces under his leadership, and it was not too unsafe on her part. The girl replied that, to be honest, everything here is not so valuable, including her, so if he wants to rule here, then why not? She tried to be cheerful, but her eyes were sad. The two figures approached one another, but avoided direct glances and turned back to back. She asked how he still wanted to use the heavenly palaces. The girl immodestly suggested, smiling mysteriously, that maybe he wanted to take advantage of her too. The beauty, approaching him, whispered that, to be more precise, maybe he wanted to use her body. Suddenly the guy shouted that, of course, it would be natural. Then he added that everything needs to be restored here, and no matter what he does, the first thing he needs to do is become stronger. The guy asked the girl about the palace that was in the distance. He asked her to run for pills because the young man was sure that in the heavenly palaces there were caves suitable for cultivation. The young man wanted to restore the transmission of divine power because in his world it was lost, because he had to cultivate it before ascension. He possessed only 7 spiritual practices. The beauty hastened to upset the guy, saying that here in the palace, since everything was destroyed, there is nothing that previously had the power of neither pills nor artifacts. The guy was very upset and asked how this could happen. He really hoped for the restoration of his strength. The keeper told the young man that this place was ruins. The pills had turned to dust, and the artifacts had also lost their power, but some materials remained that could be useful to him. Then the girl came closer to the guy and pointed her finger at him, somewhere at chest level. She said that about the practices, there are a couple, but they are not suitable for a mortal body. The young man was upset. In conclusion, the beauty said that the young man could explore the rest of the palaces himself. The young man could not believe his ears and eyes that everything was so neglected here. The girl explained that the palaces of heaven exist among all 10,000 worlds. They are destroyed, which means that all the worlds are separated, although in appearance it seems that they are located not so far from each other. Hai Su accused the girl of saying that all the palaces of the Celestials are now his, but it turned out that everything where he can move is just a small piece. The beauty was not offended by the reproaches. She lifted the hem of her dress and seemed to be searching for something on her hips. Then she said that this is not so, and that it is not enough that he has. The beauty suddenly raised her hands up. Then a mirror appeared there. It looked like a portal opening. Guardian Tzu said loudly that in front of him was a mirror of the search for the gods. The girl explained that thanks to the mirror, it is possible to find future celestial beings and celestial artifacts, and noted that it is still intact, although not so well preserved. The Guardian continued that the mirror cannot be used at full strength, but it can see different worlds, because she uses it to see which world has the most rivers. The young man looked into the world that was in the mirror and saw a girl who shone with a radiance. He asked Tzu why this man had such a glow. On a large round plateau sat a girl with a golden glow emanating from her body. There were steps leading up to where she was sitting. Tzu explained that this girl who is now sitting and praying there has a hidden potential for ascension, because in fact this mirror is needed to find such people. The young man approached the mirror. He pointed his finger at the mirror, but the finger disappeared, as if in a portal. He asked the Guardian because she said that he could move to other worlds through it. The beauty was very upset when she saw the young man's interest in another girl. She sat down on the ground and began stacking small stones on top of one another. Tzu thought that the guy wanted to be transported there. The boy began to stretch his body, standing in front of the mirror. The keeper sat with her back to him. He said that if this was the case, then it was time to start recruiting new recruits. The girl still thought that the guy, seeing a beautiful girl, wanted to get into that world to meet her. Our hero looked mysteriously into the mirror. He said loudly, because the Guardian said that the palaces of the Celestials were destroyed due to the lack of new Celestials, so we need new ascensions here. The girl repeated to him, since the heavenly punishment has disappeared, it means the path here is closed, so no one else can become a Celestial, and it's good if you manage to ascend, but your body is still mortal. The guy took a few steps towards the mirror. He told the keeper to relax, because even if he couldn't be transported, he did a lot when he was looking for a way to get here. The young man leaned into the mirror with all his might. He shouted, "Because it doesn't matter what happens to her if the girl manages to ascend." Our hero did not hear the last words of the guardian that there is no heavenly punishment. The portal was touched. The vortex of time and space began to swirl. The stranger he saw in the mirror looked up, throwing her head high. A long iron chain wrapped around her neck, chaining her to the stone. At this time, our hero was already right next to her. He said, landing in another reality, in another world, that he himself would become heavenly punishment for her. The guy quietly asked himself what kind of transference it was with special appearance effects, and then he answered to himself that this was a real artifact of the Celestials. The young man appeared exactly in the place where he needed it. He noted that the intersection point was very precise and appeared right in front of the target. The girl was very beautiful with brown hair. Our hero greeted the beauty and said that he was her heavenly punishment, which she had to meet. The beauty raised her big eyes to him and asked what heavenly punishment was. Her facial expression reflected a lack of understanding of what was happening. The guy began to make excuses that he also thought that it all sounded strange, but now the palaces of the Celestials are not so complete. He stood in front of the chained girl and scratched the back of his head. Suddenly there were sounds of fast footsteps. A guard came, all dressed in red-brown clothes with a wide black belt. Then the guard shouted, pointing at our hero, how dare he invade the place of execution? The warrior who came was very stern and menacing. His whole appearance indicated that he was here to protect the guilty party. The young man standing near the girl turned around at the scream. He was surprised to hear such words. He asked again how this was the place of execution. Then our hero saw 3 people. These were soldiers. Haisu asked them, "Wait, this place looks like a big altar. Isn't it a place of execution?" But the guards quickly ran to catch him. Then the guy turned to the girl and asked that she really should be executed. The girl, frightened by what was happening, quickly answered him that yes. The guy asked the chained girl why she was being executed. He thought that he had other plans, because she was about to ascend and become a celestial, and she was sitting quietly waiting for death. Here the guardian appeared in the form of a small yellow chick. She squeaked, flapping her wings, because how many times does she have to repeat that the path to the palaces of the Celestials is closed? There are no more cultivators. The bird continued that this girl did not have any cultivation, so the mirror of the search for gods determined the goal, because she could simply reach the celestial sphere before execution. The chief of the guard and the soldiers were moving closer and closer to the young man and girl. The chief guard ordered the soldiers to seize the intruder, who managed to get close to the punished girl. Our hero, with just one movement of 2 fingers, broke the iron chain that chained the captive to the stone. The person scheduled for execution was released, but a small piece of chain was still around the neck. The guy hugged the girl tightly and pressed her body closer to his. He was preparing for the transfer, so he held his companion tightly. Then he said that first they need to leave this place. The young man did not know whether it would work, otherwise death awaited the 2 of them. The guy said something about the 3rd seal. It was a spell. A moment later, he disappeared along with the girl. The astonished guards were taken aback to see the couple disappear right before their eyes. The main chief cried out that this was a spellcaster from the western regions. A broken chain remained on the stone. At this time, the ruler of those places, who wore the white skin of the beast he had killed, was sitting on a throne in the throne room. He told his subordinate, Mr. Sui, that he did not expect such a move from him. Mr. Sui turned to leave. His face became even more wrinkled as he furrowed his eyebrows at what he heard. This was not a young man whose hair was piled on top of his head. Meanwhile, our heroes moved into a dense forest. The guy held the girl in his arms while moving. Now he lowered her carefully to the ground, saying that they would be safe here. A small yellow phoenix bird sat on the young man's left shoulder. The chick said he just ran quickly on his own 2 feet and pretended he could transport himself, but he couldn't. The guy realized that the chick had figured out his trick. After all, they did not move in space to where he wanted to go. He told the keeper that it worked anyway, and that's the most important thing. Little Phoenix said that she didn't expect him to run away with that girl. The guy asked what problems she had that made her react so strongly to this poor girl. The young man asked, "After all, a real protagonist should brandish the strongest techniques and kill the first person he meets. Isn't that right?" The guy added, "How pathetic mortals could execute a celestial being." The chick said that he would kill the weakling and then the stronger one, and thus raise his cultivation rank, reaching the very heavens. The yellow baby lay down on the guy's shoulder, making herself more comfortable. The guy stopped the guardian's reasoning, saying that she apparently rewatched the anime. At this time, the poor girl, whom our hero saved from certain death, stood opposite and trembled all over. The young man cleared his throat and said that they needed to start their acquaintance all over again. He said his name was Hai-Su and he had come to help her ascend. The young man thought about how to explain these complex things to her. But suddenly the girl said that he wants her to ascend and become a celestial. This is true. On her neck there was still an iron hoop and several links of chain that hung on it. The guy happily noted that if she knows what he's talking about, then it's not bad. The chick said, "Because it looks like the girl still has knowledge about cultivation in this world." The young man thought for a moment, looking carefully at the rescued beauty. The guy said that despite the fact that they are in a hurry in recruiting celestials, he would still like to clarify something. Hai-Su, turning to the guardian, asked, "Because the previous heavenly punishment somehow tested the future celestials." The little bird whistled in amazement and said that he was a real pro. The young man approached the girl and asked her what she had done wrong that she should have been executed. His eyes looked at her so intently, the poor thing felt so miserable. The beauty, without looking away, looked the guy straight in the eyes. They stood one opposite the other, and it seemed that the silence rang around them. After a minute, she was able to say 2 words, as if squeezing them out of herself. She said that she killed the emperor. A tear appeared in her eye, but she quickly brushed it away. The young man squatted down and wondered why the hell he came across this villainess. He scrolled through different versions and motives of this crime in his head. The girl said that her name was Mo Lan and said that she was the adopted daughter of Sui Qian from the kingdom of Dunlin. So, from early childhood, she was prepared to be a concubine to the emperor and taught music. So, several years ago there was a conflict in this kingdom. One day, the border commander Yu Xin found the moment and burst into the capital, killed the entire family of the emperor, and proclaimed himself new. On the side of the new emperor was a huge army and his unique young general Xin Yan. They destroyed all their opponents, including the rebel heroes. The emperor was very cruel. My adoptive father Sui Qian wanted to end the unrest, so he teamed up with the local authorities and sent me to seduce General Xin Yan. The girl continued that she was very sweet and helpful, which is why she was able to win the heart of General Xin Yan. Then, the girl's father ordered her to prepare a beautiful room where she was to wait for the new Emperor Yu Xin. But when the wise, cruel emperor looked at the girl, he suspected something. The girl continued her story, lowering her head even lower in shame and disappointment, and said that as soon as the new emperor approached her, he revealed everything. Our hero, teasing her a little, said that it was a stunning plan. The Phoenix chick said that she could leave out the details, but let her tell the main part. The girl said that she did everything according to plan, took out a spear hidden under the blanket, and attacked the emperor. Then, after a long battle of hundreds of rounds, she was very exhausted, because he was an experienced warrior. The beauty spread her arms and said that in the end she was unable to defeat him, because he turned out to be much stronger and more experienced than her. The guy cut the watermelon and began to eat a large piece. He noted that they have completely different concepts of experience. The little chick said that besides, there was no need to talk about General Xin Yan. The girl said in a sad voice that she was too weak and useless, so she could not carry out the instructions of her adoptive father. It was a pity to look at her. She reproached herself so much for the defeat. The young man said that he thinks that the problem is not with her, but with her father, who even sends his adopted daughter on such tasks. The guy added that if only his adopted son could cope with such a task. Yellow Chick said that their plan for a beautiful room was already a failure from the very beginning. The girl listened to the reproaches, but what should she do then? The guardian squeaked in her bird's voice. What if the handsome hero went to that room? But then the phoenix chick abruptly fell silent. Then the chick said that for a cruel emperor, you need a cold-blooded killer who sneaks up in the night. The guy said that now it is no longer important and they should help her become a celestial. The beauty asked again, because the celestials are deities living high in the heavens. She dreamed so much about it all, sitting on her knees. The young man, spreading his arms wide, said that he needed to escape from the bustle of the world and unite with the heavenly palaces. So there was no need to waste time, because it was time for her to join him. The guy described the future so interestingly that the girl looked at him, spellbound by such a heavenly picture. When suddenly the voice of a little chick was heard, Guardian Phoenix said that, "Stop lying." The little bird flew into the beauty's folded palms and said that they had finally come to the most interesting part. Because how was he going to help a girl who had not cultivated a send? In the warm, tender palms of Molan, the chick sat down and said that she wanted to see what the guy could do in these desperate times when nothing helps. The young man said in a decisive voice that there was nothing complicated about it. His eyes lit up with bright lights, his mouth twisted into a smile. The guy told the beauty to come to him. The girl obeyed and immediately found herself next to him. She looked into his eyes, completely trusting the stranger. Our hero pulled the rope down through her neck and wrapped it around the entire upper part of her slender body. So he tied the rope around her several times and made a knot at the back, tying her hands behind her. The girl found herself completely tied up. The guy was very happy. He shouted that, "That's it. It's already finished." At this time, the girl felt more and more like she was in some kind of trap. The guy threw the rope over the branch of the tree and lifted the girl's body off the ground, pulling on the other end of the rope. She screamed as she hung upside down, which she didn't find very pleasant. Her clothes evolved. The little bird started screaming what this pervert was up to. The keeper was scared because she didn't know what the guy was really going to do. The chick jumped out onto the guy's head. The young man asked if there were any problems. He held one end of the rope, and the girl was hanging on the other. Our hero said that in his understanding, divine judgment can activate the hidden powers of man through danger and pain. The guy continued with coldness in his eyes that since he doesn't know how much the girl can withstand, then he fell silent. Then, having secured the rope, he continued that he started with the safest option. The girl squinted one eye in pain. The phoenix chick, who was sitting on the young man's shoulder, said that she now understands how he was able to ascend to heaven. The young man was pleased with himself. He said she was right on target. Guardian Tsu looked at the young man and thought that this meant that in his eyes, heavenly punishment should. The guy continued the thought unsaid by the keeper and said that punishment should punish the girl. At these words, an evil smile appeared on his face. The little bird became scared from these words. After some time, the rope was tied around a thick tree trunk. This was probably the next stage of testing. The guy said loudly to the girl, "Or she is ready, as he is starting." The beauty, entwined with a rope, answered the young man that she was very afraid and scared, but she could endure everything. There was less and less fear in her eyes, and her desire to achieve results grew. Our hero was very calm. He radiated self-confidence. Haisu said, "Great." He began to do what he had in mind. With one hand, he grabbed the girl by the rest of the chain around her neck. The next moment, the guy unclenched his hand and released the chain links from his hand. He made this movement so freely, as if the girl were not standing on the edge of a high mountain cliff. The girl's body began to fall down at great speed. The rope that wrapped around her body also fell down. The long ends of the dress fluttered as she flew, exposing her long legs. Her flight was wonderful. Suddenly, having reached the last point of free flight, the rope tightened and the girl hovered over the abyss. A scream burst from her chest. The young man shouted from above for her to ride the divine wind. The third method has begun. Mo Lan was lying on the sand. She did not understand after the first two tests what the third was. She asked that she just needed to lie in this position on her stomach. The young man immediately appeared with a shovel and quickly began burying her, scooping and quickly throwing sand onto her body. So, after a few minutes, she was no longer visible and she was completely buried in the sand. The next time the girl was thrown into the abyss of the deep sea. Her body went under the water, slowly sinking. She even thought that it was so calm underwater. But the young man had to swim to catch up with her body among the waves, which could have taken the girl to the bottom. The phoenix bird loudly shouted to the young man to swim faster, otherwise it would be carried away by the current. After the abyss of water, the young man decided to try fire. He tied the beauty to a wooden cross and laid out logs for the fire below. The girl began to pray to the great ruler. A moment later, our hero was with a torch in his hands. The little phoenix bird pulled him away from the logs to no avail. It was too small to fit him. She screamed that the girl would definitely die this way. The guy stopped for a moment, thinking that it all worked on him, but nothing worked on the girl. He scratched his chin with his hand. The young man stood indecisive. Guardian Tsu, fluttering around the young man, told him that his methods were strange, because maybe he just decided to take a chance and make his vile dreams come true. The girl was very worn out and upset. She told Hai-Su to forgive her because she was just useless and shouldn't bother him. Mo-Lan was afraid to raise her eyes and look at him. The young man said, looking at the girl, that everything is fine, it's just that the situation with her is not so simple and she needs to rest because later he will prepare something else. He tried to be sure. The beauty suggested that she could cook something delicious because she had excellent cooking skills. She picked up a basket containing the byproducts of failed punishments. Near the lit fire, the girl quickly baked crab and fish. At least in this simple matter, she was able to be useful to the young man. Her mood was not very joyful. Suddenly, Mo-Lan heard a woman's voice. He said, reproaching the girl for looking pleased with herself. Out of surprise, the beauty almost dropped the prepared food. The former captive said, looking at the phoenix girl, that this was the sparrow sister who turned into a human. She was angry for such a name, saying that she was a fiery phoenix, not a sparrow. The guardian sat down next to the girl and said that she was very strange, because some stranger was forcing her to do all sorts of obscene things, and she was playing along with him instead of running away. The former prisoner replied that the guy saved her, so he is her new master, because it is normal to listen to the orders of the owner. At this time, a large brown bear approached the young man, who noticed the beast. Xiao-Tzu told the girl that every demand of the young man puts her in mortal danger. The young man began to fight with the enraged beast, but so far the girls did not notice this. The former prisoner said with sadness in her voice that this was not the first time she had heard orders to go to death. It was so symbolic that the iron hoop and piece of chain were still around her neck. Keeper Tsu looked carefully at the girl and realized how many trials the poor girl had to endure. Compassion for the mortal girl appeared in her eyes. Then Xiao-Tzu said that she should not be afraid, because no matter how terrible the trials looked, she would not die, since that guy would not let her die. The girl asked the guardian, after all, everything that happens is not for the sake of his perverted dreams. The keeper replied that then she should refuse. Xiao-Tzu explained to her interlocutor that talented gods are born in every world, and they become celestials through cultivation. The phoenix girl moved her hand and a symbol appeared in the air. The narrator continued that at the very beginning of the creation of the worlds, people were stupid. In those days, there was no cultivation. But then, people who sensed the truth of the world tested themselves by learning special skills. The guardian finished the story by saying that those of the people who overcame dangers and became the very first celestials and ascended into the sky. The girl concluded that everything they said was true, and this was all a divine judgment, because everything they did to her was punishment. Tsu, leaving and ending their conversation, said that although it looks strange and funny, all these are ways of entering the halls of the celestials. The young man, having finished fighting the bear, stood under the sky with his hands folded in front of him. He said the whole world was trying to answer his call. The first drops of rain fell to the ground. The young man held out his hand for them and said that it seemed like it was starting to rain. Lightning flashed high in the clouds and then thunder roared. The guy remembered that he was heavenly punishment. Then the young man started running and shouting for Molan to come here quickly because this was a great chance for her. However, the girl sat motionless. Some changes have occurred in her. Her hair changed from brown to purple. It was Molan or not. The keeper saw what happened to the former prisoner. She understood that something hostile had awakened in her. Tsu, turning into a fiery large phoenix, flapped her wings and flew away. A cry was heard in the air, calling Hai Su. When the guy ran there, he was met with a long spear by true demonic power. Bright blue eyes, sudden movements and quick blows. He heard the warning to be careful. The guy realized that it seemed that the spirit of rage that belonged to Molan had manifested itself. It was a very slender female body that was driven by a sense of revenge, and it had a sharp spear in its right hand. The young man thought that this thing had really escaped from the body of the girl he had recently saved. Our hero realized, because it seemed to be true, that Molan fought that emperor with a spear for 300 rounds. The little phoenix bird remarked to him that it was not important now. Guardian Tsu said that evil thoughts, delusions, anger and greed, mortal souls mix with all kinds of vices, and then they devour all the good thoughts, leaving only rage. The young man thanked the Phoenix Guardian for the clarification and rubbed his hands. He looked puzzled because he had no experience with such things. Phoenix said that the most important step in ascension is the destruction of evil spirits by heavenly sorrow and the calling of a pure immortal soul in their place. As the energy grew, the situation became tense. The guy thought about what he heard. He stood with one hand in his trouser pocket and the other scratching the back of his head. The young man pulled his hand out of his pocket. Something sparkled golden in it. He said, "We should just break the thing." Then he said the words that this is the third rune. A large phoenix bird rushed towards him from the clouds, which became darker and darker. She screamed at him to wait a minute. Suddenly, the spirit of fury Molan appeared right in front of him. A strong beam of energy was directed by the enemy in his direction. The guy made an instant grounding. A sharp spear in the skillful hands of an evil spirit turned into an accurate weapon. Quick movement forward, and the spear is in action. Our hero dodged the blow, and the spear did not wound his hand. Then it was his turn to strike with his first rune. He also showed what he was capable of by using this striking technique. The young rival united his body with his spirit. This technique gives many opportunities to counter the enemy. Strong lightning, passing through a powerful discharge of energy, hit her opponent. The guy turned around and looked. There were no traces left. A large fiery phoenix bird flew through the air above him. She peered vigilantly at the ground, realizing that the enemy would not give up so easily. But our hero mistakenly believed that everything was already over. He said that the problem was solved and that the Guardian spoke about her power. The bird was wiser and said that the essence of evil spirits is a contaminated energy that defeats mere mortals and even some fighters. It cannot be influenced by mana. The guy expressed his assumption that this entity cannot speak human language. But the bird warned the young man about the danger. She said that he was a fool because this meant that this entity could not be defeated. Suddenly, a furious spirit flew at our hero, waving his spear. The bird warned him to save himself. Plumes of white smoke rose among the trees in the forest. The rivals sent powerful blows to each other, one after another. The two sides of energy opposed each other. Violet in color, it was the spirit power of Molan's fury and the green energy of the earth. Our hero was wounded in the chest. He sat on the grass and breathed heavily. The Guardian, taking the form of a girl, told him that she was doing nothing but stupid things, knowing that nothing could help a mortal. It was painful for Tsu to look at the guy. She knew when she ran like crazy into the mortal world that it all ended there. The girl asked Huisu for forgiveness, remembering how strong the spirit of rage is. The Guardian promised herself that there would be no more victims, and so it would continue to be. The guy was sitting on the grass near a large stone that supported his body from falling. He was very weak. Suddenly, the furious spirit Molan approached the Phoenix girl and wanted to strike with his sharp spear. Tsu said, "Let it all end here and now." The young man said in a quiet voice that it turns out that only real immortals can fight with this thing, and mere mortals have no chance. The girl turned around at the young man's words and was surprised that he still spoke. After all, she thought that he would never be able to do this again. Suddenly, the Fury Spirit was attacked and driven back by lightning strikes. The attack was so unexpected that the spirit even staggered and almost dropped his spear. Our hero opened his eyes and said that an impostor like him who does not know how to ascend has not studied the martial arts of immortals and therefore does not have an immortal body. The spirit of rage extended its hand and continued to use its technique to recover and prepare a new attack, its eyes sparkling with bright blue lights. Then, the guy who was sitting on the grass with his eyes closed decided that he would use the only untouched immortal soul for this fight. The figure of an immortal warrior appeared above his head. The spirit of fury, Mo Lan, became wary when he saw a new opponent in front of him. Although his spear was in his left hand, he was ready to attack at any moment. The immortal warrior came out ahead and stood in front of the Phoenix girl and our hero, who was still sitting on the grass. On his face was a mask with 3 sharp ends, like horns. The keeper was surprised. She said, "How is this possible?" After all, she had not seen immortals for a very long time, and this warrior could now fight an evil enemy. As Mo Lan's spirit stood on the ground, the immortal warrior decided to launch an immediate attack from above. He fell upon the spirit of fury like a rushing hurricane. The attack was so powerful that the spirit of rage only managed to defend itself with its hand. The warrior's movements were so fast that the enemy did not have time to put up a defense. The immortal embodied the forces of nature, which turned into his spirit and mind, which took shape. His eyes sparkled with rage, his fists were clenched, and he used martial arts techniques. The enemies stood one opposite the other, and between them the confrontation of their energies raged, which flashed like lightning discharges. Spirit of Fury, Mo Lan, held her spear in her left hand. Suddenly, the spirit raised her weapon and took it with both hands, delivering a strong attack blow to her opponent. A powerful wave hit next to the warrior, trying to break through his protective field. The immortal warrior said that Dowser's body goes to death and the immortal soul becomes a warrior. He lunged forward and his arm launched a powerful attack. Then, the evil spirit Mo Lan decided to accelerate the attack. His movements, acquiring acceleration from the speed of his aspirations, had their own glow in space in the form of a halo. A jump followed. All the power of the evil spirit was put into this attack. The Phoenix girl watching her was amazed at how powerful these energies were. The spear tried to hit the opponent with its tip, but the immortal warrior grabbed the deadly weapon with his hand. He said that because of the possession of great power, this immortal martial soul arose. Then the masked warrior raised his spear, moving it upward from himself. Many bolts of energy were emanating from his body at this moment. The spirit of fury was struck hard in the face by a powerful fist. He was unable to evade this attack. It seemed that the whole world, which had long since left the heavenly path, seemed to respond to his presence. Lightning strikes struck the ground, illuminating everything around. This happened as if in a single frenzy. The auras of heaven and earth converged around him, fulfilling their long-awaited mission. The immortal warrior found himself behind his enemy. The merciless fighter was swift and precise in his intentions to destroy the evil spirit. His eyes sparkled with bright blue lights. The warrior struck blow after blow, breaking through the protective sphere that had been built by his opponent. Bright rays of light descended from above. This is real heavenly sorrow. The energy went off scale. All its new spheres diverged from the center of its formation, covering the earth in hemispheres. The spirit of rage spoke the word, "Victory." He returned to the physical body of the Mo Lan girl, which seemed to be lying lifeless on the tree log where the spirit had exited from it. The Phoenix girl, who watched all this from the side, said that this victory was meaningless. She understood the hopelessness of the situation. Our hero, who was sitting near a large stone, said, "Because the only hope for saving the palaces was lost." The spirit of the immortal warrior seemed to be next to him and wanted to get back into his body. The guardian of the halls folded her hands and cast a spell. A light glow appeared in my hands. A new path was emerging between the palms. She said quietly, "Now." The girl stood in front of the young man, energy glowing in her hands. Then, in a firm voice, she continued, so that she and this world would be allowed to perish with him. The young man coughed. He suddenly said, opening his eyes, that this battle of immortal souls was even better than he thought, and it all worked out so well because he didn't expect it. The guy stood up to his full height. The Phoenix girl looked back and saw a guy standing on his feet. She was amazed at the change in his condition. She stopped the glowing beam in her hands with which she wanted to make changes. Out of joy, she covered her mouth with her hands so as not to scream. The young man looked at her and asked what she was doing. A minute later, the girl, not holding back her emotions, began to scream why he was still alive where his wounds had gone, because he had just been almost cut in half and anyone else in his place would have already been dead. The young man no longer had a scratch on his body. He said that even if he is not immortal, he still has some medical skills because she knows that. Tzu continued that his wounds were inflicted by a demon, so how could they be affected by the spells of a mere mortal? Because even an immortal would already be dead from them. The guy scratched the back of his head and asked the girl that even she couldn't stand their actions. The interlocutor coughed and could not answer him. Then the Phoenix girl finally took a deep breath and asked him loudly who the hell he was. Her indignation knew no bounds. She was glad that he was alive. The young man lowered his head and moved away from the girl. He said, "That doesn't she know it herself?" The guy approached the tree log on which the body of the Molan girl lay. The young man said that he was the last cultivator of this world who vowed to become immortal no matter what. The young man took the lifeless body of the beauty in his arms and added that for this reason he was not afraid to restore the palaces of the Celestials. He pressed the girl's body to him. There was something wrong with her. Our hero laid his body on the grass. The girl lay with her eyes closed and seemed to simply fall asleep. Her hair was scattered in curls on the ground. The guy leaned over her. He carefully examined her intermittent breathing and felt her pulse. He noted that nothing had changed in appearance or touch. But he felt that changes had taken place in her. Suddenly, the little chick pounced on the guy and even hit him on the cheek with its tiny paw, so the guy had to defend himself from him. He squeaked what he wanted to do while she was unconscious. The guy said that he had to examine whether her immortal body had become denser. Suddenly, the eyes of the former captive opened. She looked around and then sat down, leaning on a log. The girl was pale, but began to speak clearly. She said she didn't believe it because she was still alive. She sat on the grass and tried to remember everything that happened. The little bird was pulling the young man's hair, trying to punish him for groping the girl, although it was clear that he did this for the purpose of examination. The guy greeted the girl. After some time, since dusk was about to fall on the forest, our hero lit a fire from dry logs, which he laid out in an even circle. Molan sat down near the fire and began to support it. The guy told himself that he did not notice any changes in density and did not feel any aura because there was no true essence in the body. The girl continued to cook the fish on the fire. She said that even the heavenly tribulation had passed and the fatal spirit had been purified, but why was it still not working? The beauty held a chick on her lap. The little bird sat, warmed by the fire, in the arms of the beauty. She broke off pieces of food and fed the baby, who joyfully opened her beak towards the next piece of food. The bird was telling the girl something. Then she stopped and asked if she was listening to her. Molan told her that it was, but she would be even more careful. The beauty bowed her head. Hosu ate cooked fish. He consoled his interlocutor that things like cultivating immortality come from the word recklessness and failing or something like that is the norm. The young girl still felt guilty and said she was sorry. She had no appetite, and she continued to feed the chick, but she herself did not eat a bite. The guy looked carefully at the beauty and said that he could see that she remembered everything, didn't she? The young man scratched the back of his head and did not know what to talk about next. The beauty immediately tensed. Her eyes became even larger. She said it was all like a dream. It was clear that she was straining to remember everything. The interlocutor continued that all sorts of bad thoughts were creeping into her head, but she understood that then she attacked and even tried to kill. But Mo Lan fell silent, unable to continue the memories of the spirit of rage. The guy stood up and turned his back to her. He said it was similar to how he felt when he controlled his own spirit. Therefore, he partially understood her mixed feelings. Then the young man suggested that they could try again. At these words, he raised his bent arm and clenched his fist. The little phoenix, flaying in front of the girl, squealed that he wanted to be held on the ground again and beaten to a pulp while he played dangerous games. The young man dismissed the bird's bad predictions and said that it was just an accident. He did not lose heart and decided to cheer up the girl with his appearance. Then the guy remembered his immortal warrior and said that he was now completely comfortable with his powers. The guy was confident in himself because, in fact, he improved every time. Our hero stood in front of the interlocutor and said that the fatal spirit had been purified. This time, he tried to hit it with a direct blow from the thunder grab. The beauty promised that she would work on it. Suddenly, a stray arrow flew over the heads of the talking people. A scream was heard from the forest. The chief shouted that the fugitives had been found and they could not be allowed to escape. The chief guard gave the command to kill everyone using fire arrows because this was the order of the king himself. The archers loaded their crossbows and aimed them at the fugitives standing at the edge of the forest. The young man calmly said that the guards were great for finding them so quickly. He stood with his hands in his trouser pocket. The little chick squealed that he needed to get out of here. The phoenix flapped its small wings as fast as it could. He was alarmed. The guy took his weapon out of his pocket and told the chick not to worry because these were only a few soldiers, so he would knock them out right away. Phoenix squealed that it wouldn't do that because he was still weak. Hai Su told himself that if he let them get too close, something would definitely go wrong, so he decided to take action. Our hero used his signature move and struck the attackers with lightning. A moment later, there was no trace left of the soldiers and their commander. Only someone's helmet, spinning in the air, fell to the ground. The beauty looked at the young master in amazement and said that all the warriors had disappeared. She looked at the lying helmet and was surprised how quickly everything happened. The girl asked the guy that if she was struck by this lightning, she would look the same as these soldiers. The girl looked closely at what was left of the people, but there was actually nothing left. The young man spread his hands and said that he did not want to, but they themselves were the first to start this whole attack. What could he do? He simply defended himself. All this is subject to the law. A mortal's mind becomes scattered and his spirit becomes unclear. Once he is within the range of the celestial tribulation, he will be caught up in it and become part of it. All this causes the power of heavenly tribulation to become stronger and makes it more difficult to pass through, so it will specifically be located in a distant place. The chick, fluttering near the helmet, chirped that now it is difficult to talk about whether this little girl will be able to pass a stronger celestial test, because it is doubtful that it can be controlled. Phoenix flew up to the young man and asked whether he was listening to him. The guy turned his head back a little and said that he needed to ask Xiao Tzu something. The chick began to listen to the question. The young man asked whether there were circumstances under which the fatal spirit could not be purified by heavenly sorrow. Then the girl knelt before the warrior's helmet. Then the second part of the young man's question sounded, and he said, "Or the spirit will continue to be reborn." The little chick, sitting on our hero's shoulder, concluded that if it cannot be cleansed, is it not an obsession? It turns out that the spirits of rage are manifestations of various bad thoughts that accumulate in the practitioner's mind for years. Usually, they disappear during a celestial cataclysm. But if the practitioner himself has some emotion that is very strong, then it will become an obsession, allowing the fatal spirits to constantly be reborn and interfere with his path to ascension. The chick flew up to the girl and said that usually cultivators clear their minds of karma and even undergo spiritual practice to tune their minds before taking the final step. Phoenix continued, because this little girl couldn't do it, no matter how hard he tried. Then the guy walked up to Molan, grabbed her chin, and said that they need to improve her mood. After some time, the friends found themselves in a distant city to which they decided to go with the divine talisman. There were many people on its streets. Tall, multi-story buildings were visible. Young people and a phoenix bird went into a clothing store. The girl said, looking at the styles, that the gentleman wanted her to change into this style of clothing. The guy noted that a pill cures all diseases and clothes solve 1,000 sorrows, and the easiest way to make a girl happy is to go and buy her something. He looked at the dresses. A little bird sat on our hero's shoulder and noted that these clothes did not look cheap because he probably had money. The little creature was right. The young man liked the dress. However, the guy said, turning his back to the seller, that she would pay for her clothes herself. He said this in a very calm voice. The bird did not say anything, ruffling itself. All the friends returned again to the forest where they were before. This movement happened in a very fast period of time. But the guy noted with dissatisfaction that it seemed that the girl's mood was still not good enough. After a moment, the young man came up with an idea of what he would do for his girlfriend. He said there wasn't a problem in this world that couldn't be solved by a pot of soup or two. With these words, he began preparations. This time, the friends found themselves in a small summer restaurant, where Molan was sitting at the table with her companion, who was devouring dishes by both cheeks. She said, "This is how people eat together on the street." But when the heroes found themselves back in the forest, the girl did not look happy. She sat near a large grey stone and was sad. The bird told the guy that he was trying in vain. Nothing was helping. Then the young man took her to the edge of the mountain on which they stood and said that the dream of someone like you, who does not leave the house, is a free journey to different places. The girl repeated the word after her interlocutor. Free? But her thoughts were now about something else. The guy wanted to hit the body of his interlocutor and make it fly down. He thought of testing his trick again with the help of a cliff and a rope. But it still didn't work. The chick screamed for someone to save her. Therefore, the guy had to cancel his plan. The young man said that he would have to use his best trick, although it would affect his cultivation speed. But if it was for the sake of ascending to heaven, then it was only a small sacrifice. The little bird had to talk some sense into the guy by hitting his head with her paw. Phoenix called him a pervert and told the young man to go to hell. The chick's blow had a positive effect. The guy sat down on the street on the asphalt and began to list that clothes, food, shelter, food, drinks, entertainment, everything a person could want, he had already tried everything. Looking at the girl standing near the bulletin board, the guy concluded why all this doesn't work. He tried in vain to come up with something new. The young man said that there was probably something wrong with this woman. The phoenix bird, landing on his shoulder, concluded that it seemed to her that something was wrong with him. The girl looked at the wanted poster for two people. There were photos of them as a girl and a boy. The guy said that information in the world moves quite quickly. It was dangerous for them to be in the city. Then the young man approached his companion and said that she was probably worried about her family, but he did not pay attention to this at all. So the friends decide to go to her house. When the companions approached the house where Molan grew up, it was guarded by many warriors. They proceeded inside. All the sisters shouted, "I salute my sister by name." Molan was greeted by her relatives with open arms, and she smiled for the first time in a long time. Sayoui said joyfully, "How good it is that everything is okay with her." The sisters were happy. The sisters hugged. The lady of the house told the young man that he was the man who saved their Molan. She introduced herself and said her name, Xinyu. She thanked the savior again. The guy said that his name is Haisu and he is very glad to meet you. The young man saw that the girl's sisters were very beautiful. A small phoenix chick sat on his shoulder, looking not very happy. The house where the young man's companion lived was multi-tiered and large. Its roof, turned up at the ends, was illuminated by the afternoon sun. The sisters took Molan by the arms and led her into the house. Our hero and Xinyu walked behind. The young man said that they have such a big family. The interlocutor said that they were all adopted. The guy said that they were adopted by a man who was raising his daughter as a military general. It was the Prime Minister, but now he is probably not at home. The interlocutor told him to stay overnight. Time passed quickly and dark night fell over the city. The lonely moon illuminated the roofs of the house. A bath was prepared for the young man. He basked in her and said that even in this ancient world, rich people know how to have fun. A small phoenix was swimming in a wooden bowl in the bathroom. The bird said that this Prime Minister's family is so perfect that they might not succeed because she doesn't want to part with her sisters. The guy handed the bird a small towel. The guy wiped his face and said that he couldn't understand what kind of family he was, since he didn't have it himself. He decided that he would leave the bathroom a little longer. Suddenly, when the young man rubbed one ear, he heard someone's light footsteps in the bathroom. Our hero turned around and saw those entering. He asked that it was your turn to use the bathroom. The situation was a little uncomfortable. Two girls entered the room at once and told the guy that if he didn't mind, then that night they would serve him, their dear guest. It was the Xinyu girl with her sister. The young man was a little taken aback by the proposal he heard. He repeated their words as a question that they wished to serve him. The other sister said that they were both at his disposal. At these words, both girls came even closer, so that they were standing almost next to the bathroom. The guy said, stuttering, "Wait, but it's imperative to give such a warm welcome." The Phoenix chick asked that this is the mortal world, because this is perversion. The girls insisted and told the young man not to be modest, because he was their dear guest, and they were obliged, as righteous daughters, to organize a cordial reception for him. The guy grabbed the bowl that the Phoenix was bathing in, so he threw it into the large bathtub. He probably wanted to keep himself busy with something. The chick swam on the waves. Two girls climbed into the water without an invitation. One of them said that if he liked another sister, then after bathing she could call her for him. At these words, the girls approached. The guy replied that it was better not to get out while swimming, as it was very cold to run back and forth. He tried to focus his gaze on the chick, but the girls deliberately attracted his attention. After a short time, the two beauties were already next to him. The guy asked if they, as the righteous daughters of the Prime Minister, were allowed to do such things. One of the sisters took a jar of herbal oil and began to rub the guy's body. Another sister told him that it is difficult for women to survive in this world, so they were lucky enough to be adopted. Little sister continued that they should serve guests, serve dinner, or become a gift for a rich person. All this is their duty. The guy thought that Mo Lan was really yearning for this life. Meanwhile, Mo Lan went to her favorite place in the garden. She sat down on a ledge that overlooked the lights of the night city. She often loved to come here as a child. She thought about family. At the same time, in the bathroom, the younger sister, who was giving our hero a massage, suggested that maybe he had a crush on Mo Lan, fell in love with her at first sight, so he saved her from death. Another elder sister said, putting her hand to her mouth, that if it was Mo Lan that he was dreaming about, then she was the one he couldn't do. She stopped her sentence and did not finish speaking. The girls gave the young guy a relaxing massage and poured water on him. Then she added that her father raised her as the wife of an emperor, so she did not serve guests and clients. The sisters changed one after another, giving the guy a light, relaxing massage. The eldest added that the emperor was already dead and the path to the palace was closed, so her father sent her to that battle. The younger sister, having finished the massage, told the guy that he was cool, so if he wants to enter the residence and become a client, then he has every chance. The guy felt pleased and thanked him for everything. Then the girl added that they can't make a decision about all this, so Mo Lan should now be following the family's rules. Something began to dawn on the young man. Suddenly, Hai Su realized what it means. The rules of the family, that is, the girl is now accepting punishment. On the balcony, poor Mo Lan was tied up on her knees, and her sister was whipping her on the back with a whip. There were many red lines from the blows on the beauty's back. She did not scream, but only moaned a little with each blow. Her mouth was covered with a gag, which she held herself so as not to scream. The girl was punished because she still failed the task that her father gave her. Therefore, she was humbly ready to receive this punishment. There are two girls in the room. These are sisters Molan and Chisai. The punished girl lies on her stomach on her sister's lap. She treats her wounds on her back. Then Molan asked if she was finished. Chisai tells her sister not to move because even though she took away the splinters, scars may still remain if the ointment is not applied. She gently treats the punished girl's back with ointment. Molan asks his little sister that she failed the family this time. She replies that, of course, since the residence has been turned upside down, father is rarely at home lately. Sister Chisai becomes pensive, as if she feels that everything is not over yet, even though her sister received punishment. After a moment, Chisai tells the punished sister not to worry about all this. The most important thing is that she was able to return alive. She gently strokes the girl's head. The little sister hides the ointment in a small box and says that she has already suffered the punishment, so let her go to bed early today. The girls sit on their knees, one in front of the other. Chisai asks if she wants her to stay with her tonight, like when she was a child. Joyfully, the culprit waves her head and says that she agrees. Then, quiet steps are heard. Little sister Chisai looks in that direction and sees wet spots on the floor. It's their guest who comes in a bathrobe after taking a bath and tells the girls that he doesn't think Sis can stay with Molan today. A phoenix chick peeks out from behind his figure. The elder sister leaves for the exit and says, lowering her eyes, that then she will no longer bother them. Then she turns around and leaves the bedroom. The guy walks into the room, sits down on the bed, his robe opens, exposing his leg. The beauty turned to him, saying, "Mr. Celestial." He replied that she should just call him Hai Su. At this time, they do not suspect that someone is watching them through the crack. It's my sister who has returned. She considers it her duty to warn them. Still, the girl pokes her head through the door and says that before the father gives consent to their marriage, nothing strange can be done. The guy tells her not to worry. Then the guy looks at the bird, which fell on the bed and seemed to be fast asleep. The girl asks what happened to her bird sister. The guy replies that she probably overbought. The guy gets hot in the room and opens the door to the garden with his hand. The words he wants to say are on his tongue and don't want to form into sentences. He's trying to say something. Scratching his head, the young man said that he doesn't know what their world is like and what her life is like, so he has no right to judge. Then, going out into the fresh air and looking at the round moon, he continues that, apparently, she loves this family very much. The girl does not hide this, agrees with him, and only says, "Yeah." Again, that same sadness is reflected in her eyes. Our hero continues that she can't stop worrying about them. He stands with his arms crossed in front of him. The girl sits like a guilty person on the floor on her knees. With her head bowed low, the little sister cannot raise her eyes and only feels guilty for everything and answers all questions in the affirmative. The young man decides to do something in his head because he sees that the situation is not changing, just like the girl's mood. He tells her that, okay, let's go then. The guy goes out into the garden in his bathrobe. The girl, continuing to sit in the room, asks him what he wants to do at such a late hour, where to go. He walks further on his bare feet, moving away from her. Then the young man turns decisively and says one word to her: "Kill." At the same time, an evil smile plays on his face. The moon shines lonely, illuminating his path. Two guards near the gate guard the entrance to the palace. One of them asks who the newcomers are and how they dared to break into the forbidden city in the middle of the night. At these words, he draws his sword. Our hero answers the guard, "Is this really the emperor's palace? Because it looks very large. And do they know where the emperor is now?" The girl standing with the guy is armed with a spear. The beautiful Molan, putting her spear forward, says that the emperor, after massacring the armies of the three cities, is afraid of being killed by offended souls, so it is difficult for him to sleep at night and he holds a trial. Suddenly, a voice from above shouted that the young man was a wanted criminal and he himself had climbed into the noose since he had come here. The warrior who shouted stood on the wall and looked out from the loophole. Then a command was heard that the guards should take the killers. One by one, the guards jumped from the wall like experienced warriors trained to jump from great heights. In a moment, they were already on the ground. The girl and our hero stood back to back so that the enemies could not take them by surprise. The beauty said that these Qilin warriors are the wines of the elite squad, which should not be underestimated. Our hero replied that it's okay, because the main thing is to choose a place and everything will be in order. A light glow appeared in his hand, which he raised upward. The young man quickly rushed at the two guards who stood near the gate and said the spell, "Talisman first, focus of souls." He used his lightning strike technique. All the warriors that stood in front of him were attacked by his technique. They scattered in different directions. They were struck down by powerful lightning sent by the enemy. The girl stood in bewilderment. She quietly said that weren't they going to act quietly and together, because now after such noise and roar, they would not be able to act hidden. The young man was pleased with the result. He said that all the guards were stunned and would not be able to report, and if anyone saw them, it would take a long time to get here. It seemed to the beauty that she needed to act differently. She shrugged her shoulders and told her companion that this was how he thought to act. Suddenly, far in the sky, the young man noticed a fiery phoenix rushing towards him with all its might. The guy said that Xiao Tzu was coming back to them. Unexpectedly for the young man, a small bird hit him with its paw right in the face. Since she was very angry with the young man, the blow was strong. She screamed for him to die. The bird screamed that before she had time to leave for a while, he had already created such chaos and went to smash the people of the imperial palace. Perhaps he had gone crazy. The chick pulled the guy by the hair. The young man, lying on the ground from the blow, answered the phoenix that nothing could be done because Mo Lan, by all means, wanted to complete that task. The bird sat on top of him on his chest. The beauty approached the master and said that her adoptive father raised her, especially if she did not complete this task, then one of the sisters would have to do it. The bird did not listen to their arguments. She chirped that it was not for him to help her because he did not even understand that celestial beings and people were different, because she thought that he was not one of those who rush into battle at random. The guy was tired of listening to reproaches while sitting on the ground. A small bird was flying around him. He said that he didn't intend to kill anyone, he just wanted to help his sister open the gate. Phoenix has already calmly explained that this is not the point because he is now a real celestial inhabitant of the palaces. The guy began to listen carefully to the little creature. The bird said that by interfering in people's affairs in this way, he can be noticed, and when his Yuanshen is injured, it immediately affects his body, and without the golden body, the celestial cannot survive. The guy looked at his hand, rolled up his shirt sleeve, and saw a small cut on the skin. Then he told the bird that, indeed, he suddenly got hurt. Phoenix was sitting on his shoulder and also saw the wound. The beauty saw the wound too. A little blood flowed out of it. Then the beauty said that then she would be better off without them, and as soon as she completed the task, she would immediately find them. Suddenly, in the distance, the screams of the chief of the Qilin Guard were heard, who ordered that the eastern gate, near which an explosion had just been heard, be quickly checked. Our hero said, picking up the girl in his arms, that initially he wanted to clear the way in order to give her the opportunity to go inside with a sense of triumph and kill herself. The girl listened to his arguments. The guy added that, however, now it won't work out that way. He looked around and his appearance was serious. The young man decided to do something. A magical sign appeared under his feet. So he took the girl in his arms and pressed her to his body. He said that now we need to quickly complete the matter. At this time, a meeting was taking place in the large hall of the palace. All its windows glowed with lights at night, as no one slept. A subordinate reported to the new emperor, bowing before him. He said that they often followed the trail of the killer who saved the girl, but they never managed to catch him. The young general suggested that maybe the criminal took a risk for the sake of the woman, and His Majesty could reward him if he accepted him into his. The emperor interrupted the general and said, lounging on a soft sofa, that they should kill the culprit. The ruler was examining some papers folded like an accordion. The generals turned to the emperor and asked that His Majesty did not like to gather rare talents around him, but the ruler frowned and told them to move the military camp to the capital along with an honor guard and find the criminal and his woman and then kill them both. The ruler was not young. He had large eyes that had a red shine. He said that compared to the greatness of the emperor, any capable person is simply insignificant. All the subjects, after these words of the emperor, fell to their knees and said that they listen and obey. The ruler lowered his head. It seemed that he was in great pain and said, "What kind of noise was there outside?" The nobleman who reported asked his subordinates about the sounds being heard and if anything had happened. The head of the guard, who was kneeling, said that he did not know, since the guards did not come. The old nobleman looked out the window and exclaimed what was happening there, why it was so light. He saw a bright light flash in the night near the palace gates. The light became brighter and brighter. It not only flared up, but also led to the destruction of walls and buildings. Many fragments of stones flying through the air fell down. A minute later, there was a fire on the walls at the top of the gate, which was ignited by an explosion. People could be heard screaming that this was a killer. Orders were sounded to immediately catch the criminal. All the guard soldiers fell down from the walls. Some of them crashed or were injured. They did not understand what was happening. The enemy acted so quickly. Our hero, who was a girl, cast a spell in his arms. He used the third talisman, the lightning demon of fire. Despite his quick movements, he felt that something was wrong with him. Our hero felt blood dripping from his temple. He said that he was just escorting the girl inside, but why this frightening reaction? The young man noticed that these simple arrows, as if enchanted, were even able to pierce him despite the spiritual armor spell. The enemy's arrow hit him in the hand and the chick rushed to him. Phoenix shouted that human laws, the luck of the imperial family and the greatness of the capital were all jokes to him. The small creature tried to pull the arrow from his hand. The archers loaded their bows with arrows and were about to fire shots on command. The chick shouted that if the young man continued in the same spirit, he would be attacked with greater force. There was an order. Fire! The girl sadly told the guy that enough was enough, she would go further on her own. She was still in his arms, but he did not want to let her go. The guy firmly told the beauty to wrap her arms around him even tighter. Their bodies were so close to each other. The girl said that she would do everything as he asked and clung to him even more tightly. Their faces had never been so close to each other. The wound on his face was bleeding more and more. It was right next to his right eye, but he did not feel pain. The young man hugged the girl even more. The arrows flew, but our hero managed to jump away with the girl in his arms from that place. The time has come for his Yuan Shen to appear. The immortal warrior appeared and repelled the attack of the archers. The guy turned on his feet since the movement was planned by him. He said that everything is fine, since now they are in the same breath. A young man tried to overcome the walls of an ancient palace. He said that now they need to get inside. He tried to move with his companion using a blue sphere. A guy and a girl appeared in the middle of the large hall of the palace. 3 of them were watching him from above. One nobleman said that this was the murderer. Another asked that he was the only one who was going to break in. At this time, the emperor, sitting on the sofa, was looking at some inscriptions on paper. He was so carried away that he had not yet heard screams or noise. In another hall of the palace, warriors with shields lined up. Their commander ordered guards to protect the emperor. On their large shields, a mask was depicted. Spears were visible at the top, but the warriors themselves were not visible, since they were completely hidden behind the shields, forming a continuous line of defense. The young man saw a continuous line of defense that the emperor's guards had built. He said he didn't have time to play with them. The guy stood in front of them and still continued to hold Mo Lan in his arms. The guy said, turning to them, to move out of the way. Then he cast a spell. The talisman is the first focus of souls. The young man channeled his energy into protecting himself from the imperial guards. All the warriors, as one, came to the defense of the emperor, whose spirit seemed to be in the air like a fiery dragon. There was a meeting between the attacking force of the young man and the defense of the emperor, which was like an explosion of mixed energies, defense and attack. Each warrior on the guard held the line of defense so that it would not be breached and he would not be the weak link. Our hero had many wounds in his body and on his face. Some arrows still reached their target. It was clear that the wounds began to take away his strength. The chief of the warriors shouted, pointing to the young man that he was already exhausted, so he needed to quickly grab him. All the soldiers, hearing the command, said, "Yes." They began to approach the young people from all sides. The couple stood hugging, the girl supported him. All the warriors lowered their shields. The main one said that who would have thought that the guy would get in here, because this is certain death. It is not clear where such a daredevil came from. The emperor, having heard about the criminals, ordered their arms and legs to be cut off and handed over to the administration of the Forbidden City for interrogation with torture, and then there was a loud noise. Our hero ascended upward in a flash of lightning, holding his girlfriend in his arms. Everyone raised their heads up, not expecting such a reception from the weakened enemy. Behind him, who appeared, was an immortal warrior. The immortal smashed the emperor's line of defense with a strong blow of his fist. The warrior's shield scattered in different directions under his blow. Large grey stones began to fall on the heads of the guards. Our hero, completely exhausted, quietly said, "Forward." His head drooped, his eyes closed from unreal fatigue. But the girl, taking her spear, heard the command of the young man. Mo Lan flew over the heads of the warriors as if she could fly. With a long jump, she reached the required point. The old guard shouted for the soldiers to protect the emperor. All the warriors and the young general rushed to their defense. The beauty said that she was Mo Lan from Seinfu. She skillfully wielded her spear with both hands. Therefore, the girl easily delivered circular blows to her enemies, injuring them. The beauty was very graceful and seemed to be dancing her own dance. The angry emperor shouted that how dare she come here so openly. He was so angry that his eyes flashed red lights. He hardly spoke, but growled with anger. The emperor's hand secretly reached for the sword, which stood below him a little behind him. To do this, he knelt down. The beauty spear was already pointed at the ruler. Mo Lan said, turning to him, "Your Majesty." Then, coming closer, the girl added that he should be so kind and die. The lord was below. He was on one knee, his hand groping for the hilt of his sword. Mo Lan put her spear to the emperor's neck. One careless move and she will pierce him right through. The tall gentleman told his rival that the spear was like an alarmed swan. Thousands of warriors could not compare with her since she had very good skills. The emperor continued to praise the girl that she was loyal to the very end, breaking into the palace in the middle of the night, and this was very brave of her. The terrible gentleman did not stop talking and said that, although she is a girl, she has a warrior's spirit, and her father, Sui Qian, raised an excellent daughter. The Prime Minister told the ruler that he did not deserve such praise. He bowed low and clasped his hands in front of him. Mo Lan, hearing her father's voice, stopped and looked in his direction. She said, "Father." Her gaze reflected all the mixed feelings she had for her father. But suddenly her father told her to put away the spear. He said these words, quietly approaching his adopted daughter. The daughter looked at him and couldn't believe her ears what had changed. The warriors did not waste time. They came closer and closer, pointing their spears at the girl. The daughter told her father that he was being held here against his will, and she would save him. Sin Ainai is not here, and they cannot. Her father abruptly cut off her words. He shouted at his daughter to shut her mouth and put away the spear. The girl was stunned by what she heard. Everything was confused in her mind. Mo Lan, not understanding anything, continued to just stand. Her hand holding the spear weakened and she lowered it. She asked her father why hadn't he earlier. The words were unfinished. The emperor stood up from his knee and stood up to his full height and said that your father is our man and has always been one. At these words, he raised his index finger up. A smile played on his face. The ruler continued that the transfer of the throne is an important event in the country. They conquered the sky, but did not conquer the hearts of the people. Since then, the influence of the previous dynasty has only increased, and people began to rebel. The girl's father said that the old servant had killed the old emperor, and there was no need to worry about anything, and entrust him with an important matter that would open the people's eyes to the pure thoughts of the new ruler. His Majesty sat down on the sofa and confidently said that Mr. Sui had served the previous dynasty. He led the retribution and was a loyal person, so he could be put to good use. At these words, all the soldiers and subjects fell to their knees in front of the emperor and extended both hands upward. They all said that in the heart of the emperor is the sun and the moon, and in the hearts of the people is the emperor. Meanwhile, our hero, who was wounded, sat on the floor of the hall and looked at it. Phoenix, who was next to him, said that the performance was very good. The young man said that his father was at one with the new emperor. The yellow chick said that now this girl has no attachments left. Her old world is destroyed, and she can calmly become a celestial. At these words, the little creature smiled. Our hero, whose face was covered in blood, said that if so, then it's wonderful. It turned out that there was no turning back. But suddenly the girl tilted her head down and lowered her spear. She said, turning to His Majesty, that their wonderful conversation would certainly go down in history, and she became loyal to the emperor. The spear, glowing, was lowered. This weapon, which was intended to be a weapon of retribution, now rested downward. The emperor shouted that enough was enough and the criminals needed to be captured and given poisoned wine to drink so that their bodies remained unharmed. At these words, his face was filled with hatred and disdain. All the soldiers, hearing the order, shouted, "Yes!" and rushed to the wounded young man with swords and spears surrounding him. The young man said, "Why, didn't I play along with you?" A small phoenix flew near him. The emperor said that Mr. Sui is a respected official, but the girl is an assassin and should be sentenced to death, since disrespect for the emperor and the law should not be encouraged. The father approached his daughter and said that her invasion of the palace was very commendable and enough to be included in the description of the lives of famous women, and it was worth being grateful for it after death. The girl replied that getting into history is not something for which she is ready to die. Tears began to fall from the girl's face. Displaced feelings fought in her mind, but her soul already knew what she wanted. Molan remembered and told how one day her future father was walking down the street where small sellers were running around with baked goods and goods, offering to buy them for people. The girl continued that she and her two sisters were still little girls, and a rich nobleman took pity on them and adopted them. The three of them were lucky that they lived and grew up together in the house of their adoptive father. The beauty said that sometimes the sisters were punished for little pranks, but still the girl thought that she had lived the happiest life with her sisters. The girl had tears rolling down her cheeks. She brushed them away with her hands. When she finished her little story, she concluded that she was ready to repay for this happiness and was ready to give everything. The father extended his hand to his daughter along with the goblet containing the poisoned wine and said that she must follow the order. His voice was firm and commanding. At this time, our hero was still sitting on the floor of the hall and the weapons of the emperor's guards were pointed at him. The girl said that she was asking the boy for one thing. The beauty, with tears in her eyes, turning to Hai Su, asked the celestial lord to leave here because he could do this at any moment. The girl looked at him as if it was the last time. The guy, looking at the many warriors with weapons who surrounded him on all sides, answered Molan's sister that this was not a problem, and if she wanted to leave, they could leave together. The girl was with a cup in her hands. She raised the drink and said, "Well, then she is calm, but let him forgive, because Molan cannot become a celestial being with him." In an instant, the daughter, listening to her father's order, took a sip from the cup and drank the drink of death in one gulp. Tears flowed down her cheeks one after another. She closed her eyes. Then she fell to her knees and dropped the empty goblet so that it fell on the floor with a ringing sound. The girl was still conscious for a moment and was on her knees. Her last words were that at least everyone could continue a happy life without her. The empress said, seeing how the girl drank wine, turning to Mr. Sui, that the rest of his adopted daughters could not be left alive if they were all the same. The nobleman bowed and answered the lord that the fighting skills of the other girls could not be compared with Molan, and he only used them to serve clients. The girl heard the last words of her adoptive father. They sounded in her ears like an echo. Her adoptive father said that tomorrow he would send them to a brothel as prostitutes for officials. The little phoenix bird that sat on our hero's shoulder told him quietly that he needed to leave quickly, because his influence on this world had increased and he was trying to tear it away. The guy understood that he shouldn't hesitate because something bad might happen. He said that the human world has its own laws. The problems of good and evil should not be solved by a celestial being. The young man raised his head to the sky, saying that immortals and people are different. And the greater the power, like the power of immortals, the stronger its shackles, because that was exactly the case. Suddenly, the young man jumped to his feet and with the last of his strength shouted that if disgusting things are so dishonest, then it is possible to turn heaven and earth upside down. Lightning bolts shot from his body, striking his enemies. The guy pounced and crushed his enemies who surrounded him. He looked like a wounded animal with a grin on his face. He shouted, what if he didn't even have that kind of freedom? The warriors saw the enemy in front of them. Our hero dealt blow after blow to the warriors, crushing them without pity or reproach. The guy shouted that then what kind of celestial being was he? In a moment, all Hai Su's enemies fell and froze forever in pools of their own blood. But they themselves made their choice by siding with absolute evil. The beauty was still alive. She said only one word, "Father." Mo Lan sat on her knees. The emperor was furious. He shouted for everyone to come here and grab these thugs and kill them immediately. His face was distorted into a grimace of hatred and fear. Many soldiers came running at his cry and surrounded the criminal. The guards held crossbows loaded with arrows. The warriors lined up in a wedge and began to attack the young man. Our hero, gathering his last strength, jumped towards his sister, who was still sitting on her knees. As he walked, he shouted spell number 4. Our hero found himself next to the girl. He hugged the beauty and covered her head with his hand. He cast a wind flow spell. Their bodies pressed closer to each other. Together, they fell into a blue stream. The girl pressed herself close to the young man and grabbed his clothes with her hand. She asked the Lord Celestial what would happen to her family without her father. Instead of where the girl and the guy were, many arrows shot by the warriors flew, but the arrows fell near the blue sphere that guarded the heroes. The guy said that at least everyone has their own destiny. Then, after a moment, the young man finished his sentence and said that her family would be much better off without her father. The beauty became even sadder from these words, but there were no more tears in her eyes. It seemed that she understood something from the young man's words. Our hero, having gathered his last strength, used the light energy of the wind to throw her high up and shouted, "Forward!" The girl, who did not expect this, screamed in fear. The energy of a powerful enemy penetrated the defense with light rays near the young man's head. He felt the strength of a worthy opponent. It was a young general. He lunged towards Hai Su and told him to accept his punishment. The enemy's intentions were serious. He had a sharp sword in his hand. Our hero used the first spell, Focus of Souls. But his powers were not eternal. The general defended the emperor and may even have been a blind weapon in his hands, since he was noble. Hai Su's strength was leaving him. He tried in vain to use his techniques and spells. The body no longer obeyed him due to blood loss. It was increasingly exposed to the influence of this world. The young general raised the sword above his head, holding it with both hands. Our hero was at the bottom, as the enemy was in a jump that could be fatal. The enemy shouted that it was too late. The devoted warrior ordered Hai Su to beg His Majesty's forgiveness. A blow of enormous force was struck. Tongues of real flame spread from the point of impact on the protection. Our hero fell down a long distance. He shouted that how could one general be so terrifying? The beauty's lifeless body was next to Hai Su, who was on one knee. He said that fate is an unfair thing. A little bird flew up to the young man and said that he thought to himself that the connection between heaven and earth was broken and people themselves were responsible for their own affairs because they had to retreat so that it was not too late. Phoenix flew up to the girl's body and said that this girl could not stand it. The beauty's hair was scattered around her body. Her skin was very pale. It seemed that she was no longer breathing. The guy sat down next to the beauty's body and asked the bird that his little sister was already completely poisoned. The emperor went out and ordered his young general to kill the intruders for him and chop them into thousands of pieces. The subordinate obeyed the order. The young warrior raised his sword. Our hero, seeing a new experienced enemy, told him not to think that he could keep him here. Although Hai Su's entire body was covered in wounds, he became more focused and determined now. The young man took hold of the chain links that remained wrapped around the beauty's neck and said that he would probably be very rude now. Hai Su picked up the lifeless body of a young girl by the chain. He told her that he believed that she would survive everything. Lots of lightning flew around the couple, continuing to keep them protected. A little bird flew up to the guy's ear and told him to stop, because he wasn't going to open heavenly punishment here, because there were a lot of people here and you couldn't do that. Then, somewhere above, a voice was heard from heaven. Who said, "The ignorant Emperor Yu Sin is an inhuman tyrant." The clouds parted and rays of light appeared in the middle of the heavens. All the warriors and nobles raised their heads to the sky. They asked each other what it was. People were confused. They had never heard such a thing in their lives. Our hero strained every nerve. His whole body turned into a clot of energy that spewed lightning. He shouted that the heavens were filled with disgust for this. A large and powerful lightning struck directly on the roof of the palace. Our hero continued that the wrath of heaven would descend like thunder on the earth. There was a huge, strong explosion that destroyed stones and walls. Energy liberated the earth from evil. All the warriors rushed in all directions away from that place. They shouted that this was the wrath of heaven. Their faces were distorted with fear and horror. Some of them fell to their knees and began to pray, saying that the celestial beings exist. They asked them to have mercy on them for all their evil deeds. The emperor, with a brutal face, shouted that he did not believe in this. His words froze on his lips. He was unable to utter another word. His face took on the features of a terrible monster. The young man who supported the girl stood in the center of the open portal. Above them were the spirits of rage and the immortal warrior. The entire palace, struck by multiple lightning bolts, began to burn in a fire. On all its tiers, here and there, the fire of retribution flared up. After some time, the walls began to collapse, and the roof of the palace collapsed, burying all the people who were there. The girl opened her eyes. She was next to Hai Su. She told the celestial lord in amazement that it was all because of her, because she did not expect everything to be exactly like this. The young man scratched the back of his head and replied that he seemed to have gone a little overboard. Then he laughed loudly. Then the guy turned away from the beauty and lowered his head, saying that in fact he was categorically against interference in people's affairs by the Celestials. The young man walked forward and picked up a sword from the ground that one of the warriors had thrown. Then he continued that if an ordinary person wants to kill him, then he will be able to fight back or help the weak. Hai Su spoke further, but the difference in power between Celestials and humans is too great. If one is careless, the benefit or harm will be enormous, so the Celestial must be indifferent. The girl, looking at the ruins of the palace, asked that Emperor Yu Sin and her father, so many people turned to ashes, what will happen to the world now? The guy answered, turning to his sister, that he didn't think so because this was not bad for their feudal era, they lived in troubled times. All the people on the street near the ruined palace shouted that the gods had punished the tyrant. The guy said that the words he spoke before the death of that tyrant should be remembered as an instruction. Our hero was deep in thought. Then he said that he couldn't say because the next rulers might not be better, but maybe it would make them think carefully before doing anything. The young man raised one hand up and pointed to the sky. He shouted to everyone to raise their heads because there are gods in heaven. Suddenly, a small phoenix flew up to him and hit him right in the face so that Hai Su jumped back. The chick shouted what the hell he was doing and how dare he say such things. The guardian of the palace reproached the young man for destroying so many people. Let's say he manages to avoid most of the consequences, but is his spirit able to withstand such heavenly punishment? The guy, in turn, attacked the phoenix and said that he had put in so much effort and the phoenix was punishing him for what he had done because there was no need to hit him as hard as he could. Hai Su loudly said to the chick, who would even withstand such a load of heavenly punishment, because this girl almost died from such a disaster, perhaps The phoenix forgot why they came here. The guy looked at the poor beauty and said that he couldn't watch her being killed. The beauty replied that she was fine and that the celestial lord wanted what was best. The young man took the bird by the leg and held it upside down. He said, "What about that problem?" The guy continued that he left the cultivation technique in her parents' house when he left, and her sisters could start cultivating. The young man added that although his methods of practice are chaotic, over time, girls can still form a sect in these difficult times and learn to defend themselves. Hai-Su concluded that many disciples would join the sect, whom they would teach practices from childhood, and they would be able to raise and educate many people like themselves. The young man noted that he himself had never been in a sect and did not know what it was like, but he believed that this place would become cozy and warm for many and change their home. The girl looked at him carefully with her big eyes and asked the celestial lord why. The guy, gently squeezing the little phoenix in his hand, replied that these were not the thoughts that she could not leave. The beauty looked at her body. She felt that something had changed again. She concluded that due to the fact that many people were sent to the next world, evil thoughts became much stronger. The girl felt that the spirit of her rage intensified. The guy said that the previously evil thoughts had already bound together with her spirit, and the power supporting the immortality of her evil spirit had already disappeared. The girl looked around as if she had noticed something real. She said that these were her aura thoughts. The young man looked at her and seemed to understand something, and said that this was true. He himself did not know how it would all work, since this was the first time he had performed such actions. The immortal warrior spirit approached Molan's fury spirit and struck him in the chest. He defended himself with a spear. The guy said at the same time that it was necessary to use heavenly punishment to finally cleanse her. The young man continued that, having eradicated all the dirt, what was formed would be her immortal spirit as a celestial. At this time, the spirit of the girl's rage, having received a strong lightning strike, changed. The immortal warrior struck her spirit again and again. Everyone wanted everything to happen quickly. But suddenly, the girl grabbed her stomach with her hands and screamed from the piercing pain she felt. The pain was all over her body, intensifying its impact. The little bird quickly flapped its wings over the girl and squealed that her body could not withstand such a strong heavenly punishment. The beauty fell to the ground and, sitting on her knees, began coughing up blood. She said, clearing her throat, that everything was fine because she could have died many times before. Suddenly, the girl's spear, with which she could skillfully fight, flew and stuck not far from her. The girl was surprised. She felt that the tests would now continue. The young man told his sister that the effect of heavenly punishment is to cleanse the so-called aura thoughts of the evil spirit, and divine judgment helps to survive in this battle. The girl, overcoming the pain, rose from the ground, her body emitting tongues of purple glow. Our hero said that her task is very simple. Hai-Su stood tall, and although there were wounds on his face, he was determined. Behind him hovered the spirit of an immortal warrior. Small bolts of lightning protected him from enemies. He added, "Defeat me." The beauty took the spear and became bolder from what she heard. She replied that Molan obeyed the order. High in the sky, a duel between two spirits took place, when a young man and a girl stood on the ground, supporting each other. She had a spear in her hand, but she just held it in her hand. The guy was shirtless. Many wounds and abrasions were visible on his body. He extended his hand to the girl. His gaze was insane. The young man touched her forehead with 2 fingers, and the flash of lightning struck the girl. He had wanted to do this for so long, but he still couldn't decide. Her eyes looked into his clearly. At this time, above in the heavenly battle, the spirit of the heavenly warrior also struck the fury spirit Molan with lightning on the forehead. The blow was so powerful that a bright flash blinded her spirit. All the changes that happened to Molan's spirit led to her purification. A bright fire began to glow above the spirit's head, as if all the lightning that had pierced the body had converged in one center. The beauty confidently said that they had finally finished, and her body and mind felt these changes. The girl's eyes sparkled with bright lights. Her facial expression changed. Molan looked at her hands and said that this was her obsession, because now she felt relieved. as if a mountain had been lifted from her shoulders. Our hero stood with his torso bare. He was mentally with his spirit as an immortal warrior. His eyes were closed. He said that the evil spirit was completely purified. And after heavenly punishment, the guy continued that a heavenly gate had appeared in this world that would lift up her soul. At these words, a heavenly gate appeared among the clouds in the sky and opened for Molan. The fluttering creature squealed that the energy of the heavenly palaces and this world had reunited again, because it turns out that his stupid method of calling heavenly punishment with his own Yuan Shen was working. The young man answered the bird that heavenly laws can still be changed. Although his body was almost destroyed due to heavenly thunder, over time everything will return to normal if you rest a little. Phoenix flew closer to the guy and said that he did not understand how he burst into a palace full of people, and then he himself fell under the distribution of heavenly thunder, trying to control the power, and remained alive. The girl looked at the heavens. She asked that behind those gates there are those very heavenly palaces, the place where the celestials live. The guy told her that theoretically it is so, but now only he and the bird live there, and inside there are only ruins. So if you want to live there, you will have to restore everything first. After a moment, Hai Su added that he is now looking for people to help them ascend, because he wants to restore the connection between heaven and 1,000 worlds again. So thanks to her, there is a chance for luck. The girl turned around and looked at the guy as if she realized something for herself. She said, "So that's it." Then she added that it turns out that in every world that is reunited with the heavenly palaces, there will be the same descent of the deity into the mortal world, as well as bangs, thousand and bangs, for the sake of restoration. Our hero scratched his temple and said, coughing, "What can I say, because I have little experience, and the situation was special." The guy continued that, in most cases, mortals cope with their affairs quite well and do not need any gods at all, but sometimes in a world where there is chaos or disaster. The young man concluded that then, the responsibility for maintaining heavenly laws rests with the celestials. After these words, Molan smiled and said, "That sounds good." Since her spirit was purified, she has changed a lot. The girl cheerfully and joyfully said that it would be great if she could participate in such a cool thing, but what a pity, because she wouldn't be able to. Our hero asked her for forgiveness and said that in the end it didn't work out for them. The guy stood alone. There was a reflection of the broken connection on his hand. The guardian of the halls, in the form of a girl, told Hai Su that Molan was not a true cultivator, and after such a powerful heavenly punishment, she was able to hold out for so long before turning to ashes. The young man approached the porch with columns among flying objects. He replied that although the girl could not ascend successfully, they had restored the connection between the worlds, so he was going home. Zhu was very surprised by his words and asked him how to go home because, having become a celestial, he was going to return to the mortal world, home, every day. The keeper was unhappy with this. Our hero answered her, moving away, that of course, since he rented an apartment before the ascension, a person would not be able to live in such palaces, so it's good that he has not moved out yet. The young man said that besides, she also wanted to be alone for a while. It's just that after all these turbulent events, he himself wanted to rest, especially since the wounds on his body had not healed. The keeper said she was surprised that he was so attentive and still worried about her. There was a wound on her hand that was bleeding. The guy was upset that everything he had planned did not work out perfectly. He said only one word, "Indeed," and continued to walk in the opposite direction, moving away from the girl. Then, after a moment, he decided to tell his interlocutor that he should have been told earlier that he couldn't just descend into the mortal world. The young man decided to take a shower and wash the blood off his body. Standing under the stream of water, he reproached himself for his mistakes. He said that what is becoming immortal if the last one is cultivating? The guy recalled the unfortunate moments, the expression on Molan's face when she realized that she had not ascended. He told himself that he still wanted to rule the palaces and restore heavenly laws. Then, the young man remembered that the phoenix was wounded in the arm, also in fact because of him. All the failures and mistakes, one after another, loomed in his mind. After the shower, the boy lay down on the bed, covering his face with his hand, and tried to think about something else. But nothing worked out for him. He told himself that he ended up ruining everything by just taking it. Suddenly, a girl's face appeared there. Thin lips said, "Mr. Celestial." Brown hair fell softly, framing her face. The guy opened his eyes, hearing a familiar girl's voice. He was unable to look in the direction where the voice came from, and it was next to him. There, on the pillow in his bed, was Mo Lan. The young man jumped out of bed as if scalded and shouted the girl's name. His cry contained both joy and surprise. The girl asked the gentleman that they were really in the heavenly palaces and why everything was so strange here. The young man couldn't believe his eyes, so he extended his hand to the beauty's face and gently touched her cheek. He said at the same time, "This is a soft feeling. Wait, really?" The girl looked at the young man and said that her other parts of the body felt the same. Mo Lan was so beautiful at this moment, but the young man made his test verdict and realized what was in front of him. He said that this is what it is. This is the spirit of a deceased celestial. The girl sat with her legs tucked under her in a white shirt, curls of hair falling from her shoulders. The guy continued that, although her spirit was able to recreate the body, it seems that she herself has not yet realized everything. The young man concluded that during the divine judgment, the body of a cultivator is destroyed and filled with the power of immortality. So she ascended in the form of Yuan Shen, and this is dangerous. Our hero concluded that since the girl ascended, it would be reasonable to stay close to him after this. The young man was thoughtful. It was clear to him that a special incident had happened here. The guy suggested that, judging by the situation in the halls, the keeper temporarily sealed them, so Mo Lan could not be transported there, which is why she ended up here. The young man understood that, although he could be transported there with Mo Lan, he should not do this now. Since the guardian did not want to be disturbed, she had to wait a couple of days. The girl continued to be next to our hero. She always called him Mr. Celestial. The guy told Mo Lan that she would stay with him for now, and later he would take her to the palace. Hai Su, remembering something important, decided to come closer to her. The young man stood up and extended his hand to her. He put his hand on her head and said that she was very tough and she had the will to win. The beauty said that she was very happy to hear praise from the master. The young man said that he had already learned everything about himself, but her elevation was different from his, so he needed to learn everything about her well, because this was such a rare practical experience. The girl stared at him and repeated his words as a question. "Will you study me?" Her big eyes widened even more and sparkled like lights. Night has fallen on the night city. The guy in prison said that they had a long night ahead of them and they would do very interesting things. The girl said that Mo Lan agrees. The next morning, the city came alive with the sounds of traffic and the voices of people. The bright rays of the sun reflected in the windows of skyscrapers. Slender trees stood on both sides of the street. In the kitchen, the hand of a young man lit the gas stove using an automatic system. Our hero decided to cook breakfast for two. Meanwhile, while he was cooking, the girl was sitting on the sofa and watching TV. The guy, having finished cooking, told the girl to turn off the TV and go have breakfast. The girl could not tear herself away from the TV. She hugged the pillow and held it in front of her. The beauty told the gentleman that the man had shrunk himself with a spell and was stuck in the box. Hai Su told the beauty to eat first, and then he would explain everything to her. He reflected that they had spent the previous night experimenting, which is why he hadn't explained anything to her about the modern world. A minute later, the young people were sitting at the table. The guy said that she couldn't wear his clothes all the time, so she needed to buy new ones. She said she doesn't have a body, so it's not worth the expense. The young man insisted that it was necessary to buy modern clothes, since on the street in these old clothes they would pay attention to her. The interlocutor said that she did not quite understand him, but was grateful for his concern. The young man told the beauty to relax, because he would not disappoint her anymore. The guy was full of hopes to show her this modern world, so different from the one she was used to. He said that, on the contrary, he wanted to open her eyes to everything. The modern city created by people is very interesting. It contains a lot of interesting things. Young people found themselves on a city street in front of large shop windows. The girl was wearing a white shirt, so the guy wanted to find something suitable for her. The companion asked the gentleman when they were standing near the skyscraper whether this place is the heavenly kingdom where celestials live. The guy replied that in a sense it was true. Our hero looked on his smartphone where they were and said that first she needed to buy underwear, then clothes and shoes, and what would be preferable, a dress or trousers. The girl wanted both. Young people entered the store. He told the girl to listen to specialists and they would help her with her choice. The beauty agreed. When the couple walked to the hangers on which new models of clothes hung, the guy asked the sellers to help the girl choose clothes. He added that they should not worry about money. 3 sellers took the girl into their hands. They literally grabbed the beauty and began trying on her underwear and dresses. The girls told the gentleman not to worry. They would do everything. The young man advised his companion that she should relax and he would wait for her outside. After these words, he left, but still heard the sellers speaking flatteringly about Mo Lan's figure. When the guy found himself on the street, his gaze turned upward, to the sky. He remembered the guardian of the halls of Tzu and wondered how she was doing, because the last time they parted was not very good. At this time, the Phoenix girl looked into the mirror which served as a portal to other worlds. She saw that Mo Lan had survived after all, and on top of that, she had become a celestial being. Tzu decided that she also couldn't shirk, so she needed to have time to do what she had planned before they were transferred here. She looked around and began to rush about things. The guardian from heaven looked at the young couple of celestials and said to herself that it was necessary to restore contact with the rest of the worlds, and the day would come when the palaces would prosper as before. The companions walked past a sporting goods store. The seller offered to buy tracksuits, which are very comfortable to play sports in or just go for a walk or wear at home. Then a saleswoman ran out to the young people and said that a woman should have 2 dresses. The first is hot, like a flame, and the second is soft, like tea. The guy said he'd take 10. There were many more beautiful things in the store windows and even swimsuits. Our hero bought all things indiscriminately. Mo Lan walked behind the young man with her shopping. There were so many of them that she was no longer visible because of the packages and bundles. She told the gentleman that she no longer needed to buy anything. The young man suggested buying a couple more outfits and then going home. The guy got thirsty and took himself a cocktail. Having finished their shopping, the young people walked down the street. The girl was carrying many bags of clothes. Her gaze was drawn to a large screen on which a man was talking about the 21st century. The presenter said that in this age of economic independence, both men and women can earn money for themselves instead of becoming someone's burden and burdening others. The girl understood from what was said that this is a new world in which you earn money yourself and manage it yourself. The announcer further said that wealth cannot measure a person's worth, but a person who is unable to become rich has no value. Mo Lan tried to remember all these words. The next day, when the city streets became lively again, the girl decided that she should not sit at home, but act. When, having woken up on the sofa in the room, the beauty sat down in bed, she said that in the morning she needed to decide what to do. A lot of boxes with purchases lay near the sofa. Mo Lan got out of bed without making much noise and walked into the bathroom. Today, she was determined. The girl combed her brown hair and tied it up with an elastic band, making a ponytail. She quickly dressed in a black top and white short shorts. A young man was doing spiritual practice in his room. He sat in the lotus position, making sounds. The girl looked into his room and said that she would go look for work to earn money. The guy was so engrossed in his studies that he did not hear what exactly the girl said. He did not notice that the beauty had left, since he did not leave his room. Meanwhile, the girl was walking down the street. She said that yesterday, when they were leaving the shops, she saw a lot of advertisements on the doors with job offers, so she could ask around people here. At this time, there were 2 middle-aged men at the intersection. They were talking. One of them was wearing a sports cap, and the other had a small ponytail on his head. Mo Lan walked past them. The 2 men paid attention to the beauty. The girl was dressed sexy and had a good figure, and in her hands was a piece of paper with job advertisements. She had beautiful, slender legs. The men called out to the girl, asking if she was looking for work. The girl didn't understand at first and said, "Are you that me?" The guys said that they have a good job for her with a high salary. If she wants, she can take a look. One of the men was talking and smoking a cigarette. The other was always smiling sarcastically. The men suggested that she could look at the job right now. They led her to a courtyard where there were large doors. Near them was a picture of a girl on a pole, glowing in the night with neon. The girl was not confident in herself. She stopped and asked the men if she could go without any experience. One of the men, pressing himself against the iron pole, said that, of course, this is not a complex robot at all, and she only needs to use her body in this thing. She must force men to spend money. The girl did not understand what exactly the man meant. She repeated after him what she understood. The beauty said, "Using an iron stick, inflame hearts, capture men." The girl told the men that she understood everything. She walked to the pole and placed her hand on it. At the same time, our hero, having examined the entire apartment, went outside. He asked himself where Mo Lan had run away to. He blamed himself for not rushing to her when he woke up. Suddenly, on the street, the guy turned into the courtyard of an establishment he often visited. It was a club where beautiful girls danced. When the guy entered, he couldn't believe his eyes. Mo Lan was dancing on the stage. The young guy could not imagine that he would find a girl in this place. Haisu quickly ran up the steps as if he were flying. He opened the doors and was deafened by loud music. The hall and stage sparkled with lights and music. On the stage in the center, Mo Lan was dancing. On the other two sides, two scantily clad men were dancing. One man took off his shirt and twirled it above his head. Another tore his t-shirt. Two other dancers stood without work since all the men wanted a new girl. One dancer said that now, even in this area, there is unequal competition. Another said that she would return to study. A young man jumped onto the stage and took Mo Lan away. He dragged her while she screamed that he wouldn't like her job because she would earn money. When the young people went out into the street, the guy said that it is good that she is looking for a robot, but this time she is too dangerous, so she should become his system. She asked what the system was. The gentleman continued that this is professional support because he is the main character who travels in the worlds to save the heavenly palaces, so he needs an accompanying system. Meanwhile, a robot was walking in the heavenly palaces. The guardian's voice said that everything was ready. After all, she planned to do all this even earlier. The gates of heaven shone with purity. Zhu spoke the words as expected and repaired everything the way it was before, because if you continue to connect small worlds, other places will also begin to be restored. The Phoenix girl did the bulk of all the work to restore the palaces. She was very tired. Many questions were spinning in her head about life, which must begin again. The heavenly gate had a mirror image. Everyone who was on the other side of it walked upside down. Or at least it was more convenient for them, especially Zhu. The guardian lay down on the central plateau and looked up. She thought that it was still too early. Her hair was scattered in different directions and the ends of the dress fluttered, exposing her legs. A young man and a girl were in the living room of the apartment. The guy said that tomorrow it was time to take her to the palace. The situation there regarding restoration in general was a little unclear. Then the gentleman added that everything in the palace is not as good as we would like and many difficulties await them, so we must be prepared for anything. The girl replied that she was already ready. When tomorrow arrived, Mo Lan and Haisu appeared in front of the heavenly gate. The guardian of the palace prepared everything, flowers, balloons, and the inscription, "Welcome," hung at the top. Our hero immediately attacked Zhu out of surprise. How could she ruin the girl's idea of desolate palaces that needed restoration? The guardian replied that she tried. The young master was determined. He said angrily that he had to warn Zhu. Since she had done something wrong, they should break up and Mo Lan would replace her and she would retire. The guardian was amazed that she had prepared such a reception. Such words were said to her. She began to parade Haisu, repeating his words that they should break up and it was time for her to retire. The Phoenix girl began to shake the young man and scream at him. She screamed that he was a traitor and she was there for him in difficult times, but now he had found a replacement for her. The guy asked her not to make noise. The young man tried to give his reasons and explained to his interlocutor that Molan is very capable and will be able to provide him with the best support. Moreover, the guy continued, if moving between worlds causes harm to the Guardian, then he is not ready to pay such a price for it, because he could not allow her to suffer so much because of him. Zhu was flattered by the young man's words. She realized that he was worried about her. The girl was surprised and said that she was so important to him. Then the Guardian approached the young man and put her hand on his shoulder, saying that since he was so sincerely begging her, she would generously turn a blind eye to his bad behavior. Zhu walked closer to Molan and hugged her waist. She told her not to worry, as she would train her thoroughly before she accepted the new position. Molan agreed. A minute later, the three of them walked along the heavenly stones that simply hung in the sky. The girls jumped from one to another with grace. The keeper walked ahead. Zhu talked about how everything worked in the halls. She said that she would first show them the facilities. The girl led them to the statue of the great warrior of heavenly wrath who protects the palace. The young people were amazed. The guy said, looking at the sword, that a warrior has a giant sword and strong armor, because this is romance for a man. Molan said that this is the heavenly general, but the keeper touched the fragile structure and it shattered into pieces. Zhu said that since the heavenly creator died 3,000 years ago, there has been no one to put the giant in order. The girl and boy were at a loss. All that was left of the grand spectacle was a pile of rubbish. The young man said that this is just decoration. Then friends came to the blacksmith of the Scarlet Flame. Zhu explained that millions of warriors could be forged here. In this forge, they make the souls of warriors, weapons, and plates. The girl continued that 3,000 years ago, the last celestial being capable of forging warriors died, and now all these weapons are not working properly or are not completed. The guy walked up to the broken sword. Then the Guardian led them to a building with many steps. It was a palace of mysterious animals. She said that there are animals and monsters here that become divine animals. Molan was amazed that all the Celestials were doing what they wanted. The young man told the Phoenix girl that this palace also turned out to be without an owner, since he died 3,000 years ago. But the narrator objected that the Council for the Protection of Divine Animals put forward a ban, saying that people and animals should have equal rights. Then a dispute flared up, and everything fell into disrepair. Then they went to the abode of souls. This was on the upper floors of the palaces. The circle of life had a large round hole in the center, where there was a blue surface. This building had a higher purpose. The young man walked to the edge of the center with a blue surface and thought that it looked ominous. Zhu explained that the soul abode can extract and purify energy from small worlds by making an exchange. The girl bent down, sitting on the edge of the blue surface, and extended her hand there. She said that in the past, the celestial beings who now rest in the abode of souls were incredibly strong. The narrator said that they need to find a genius capable of not only protecting the abode of souls, but also putting it into action, because only in this way will an endless source of energy for the palaces appear. The young man replied that she was right. You shouldn't rely on their method of finding personnel, because energy is not endless. If there is a stable source of energy, they will save time and energy. The keeper replied, showing the guy her mirror, that she had already taken care to help him solve this problem, because what is in this mirror? Zhu explained that the mirror of searching for souls of 10,000 worlds has received energy and improved, and now it is possible to search at the request of its owner, but it is a little unstable. A moment later, images of 10 worlds appeared in the mirror. The girl told the guy to choose. If he is lucky the first time, it depends on his luck. The young man lit up with excitement, as if in a game. The young man decided to let the lady go first and told Molan's girlfriend to go ahead and draw him the jackpot. The girl was modestly surprised that she was given the first opportunity. The guy said that the first card is drawn by the system and it always happens as a surprise. The keeper noticed that everything was like in a game. As if Molan was the system, she controlled the base, and the young man was the player. The young man made a wish out loud for the system to choose a strong and capable worker for them. Molan said, holding out her hand to one of the cards, that she would try. The girl made a choice. Suddenly, the mirror glowed golden. The guy shouted in excitement that everything worked because it was golden in color. The guardian shouted that it was true. The system made the best choice. In the mirror appeared the image of a beautiful girl with a long bob in a black robe with her head covered. There was a small cross on her forehead. Her hands were folded for prayer. The guardian said that this small world is destroyed and it rests on the shoulders of this person, but they need to be careful, so Mo Lan should look after Hai Su while she is here. Our hero stood with Mo Lan near the mirror. He said it was unusual to bring someone here the first time, but it worked out, so he believes it will work out again. The Phoenix girl asked whether the young man was confident in himself. The guy told her to wait for good news. Then he took a step forward. A moment later, our hero found himself in a world of swords and magic, where knights fought for the king and magicians defended the holy maiden, and so it was there until the day a man with the will of heaven descended to those lands. Our heroes found themselves in the forest, but there were no leaves on the trees. They were naked. Mo Lan held the prayer book in her hands and read the lines from it that the young brave man was firmly stepping on the path of creation. The girl remembered Tsu's instructions that she should become a good sister system, as Lady Phoenix taught her. Then she heard the guy say why the girl was always muttering something under her breath. After his words, the guy came and took the book from his companion's hands. He said that the keeper fills her head with all sorts of strange things. The girl replied that Mrs. Phoenix told her that she would make a worthy system out of it, because Mr. Celestial does not need to worry and she still has many copies. The young man answered his companion, taking her hand, that no matter what the child amused himself with, but now more serious matters awaited them, they needed to get to work. The couple was still in the bare forest, with mountains behind them. The young man, on reflection, told his companion that this time he had a different plan and he would not have to call upon the divine court, as in her case. He walked in front and led Mo Lan by the hand. The young man took the golden spell card into his mouth and cast the third one, lightning speed. At the same moment, the guy flew, taking the girl with him. They were moving at high speed. The young man suggested that now he could simply put up a sign using heavenly punishment. Soon, having reached the city, our hero stopped. He said that they were there. The two of them went down the mountain. When the guy touched the ground, he said that it was strange why he didn't feel any aura. The girl landed on the ground behind him. The gentleman raised his hand and pointed his finger at some kind of glow that was unwinding like a spiral. He noted that something was blocking his perception. Maybe it was the resistance of someone or something. Suddenly, a purple sign appeared in front of them. A circle in which a six-pointed star was inscribed. An inscription was written around the circumference in the ancient language of this world. The young man prepared for surprises. He spread his legs wide and clenched his fists. He said that their candidate was very strong, and even I, as a celestial being, wanted to get her power. Then the girl asked the gentleman what he wanted to fight. He replied that it was just like that, but his greeting was quite noticeable. Why didn't the candidate react? Suddenly, a horse rushed straight towards them, carrying a knight in armor and with a long spear. The warrior asked who they were and how they dared to break into the forbidden lands of the snowy mountains. He threw his spear. There was an echo. Accept your death. Our hero immediately put up a defense. A bright sphere formed around the young satellites. The guy said that the strength of the people of this world is amazing, but even if they were stronger, this is not a problem for him because he broke the barrier, and she had to understand why she sent someone in her place. A moment later, the spear fell away from the young people and stuck into the ground without causing them any disturbance. The guy suggested to his companion that nothing was clear yet. They needed to retreat. But the girl rushed and picked up the spear. Mo Lan took the spear in her hand and said that she was expecting the appearance of a celestial being when he would descend from heaven with divine judgment and, bringing justice, would punish all evil. But the young man did not share such a militant impulse of his companion. He simply picked her up, throwing her over his shoulder, and quickly began to run away. He said as he walked why she was so disobedient. The young man ran very quickly with his burden on his shoulder. The girl screamed why they were running away. He replied that he didn't say to retreat. Why was she rushing forward, and where did she pick up such speeches? Molan replied that she heard it on TV. The young gentleman shouted as he walked that she would rather read books and watch less TV. Our hero suggested that they should look at everything from the other side, through the eyes of an ordinary person, so they must first collect information and gradually approach the goal. The girl said that she understood everything. It was like in the movie she watched the day before, where a simple commoner gradually moves up the social ladder and finally gets to the very top. 2 knights on horses rode out in pursuit of our heroes, but our hero had such great speed when he was carrying the girl that there was no trace of them after them. After some time, in a snowy city that was located high in the mountains, the sound of falling icicles was heard. This sun warmed the roofs of the city, and during the day, the sounds of falling ice floes could be heard. In a high tower there was a prisoner, sealed with many chains, who sat there hugging her knees. She did not move and seemed to be a small figure made from ice. At this time, our companions were walking among the trees and talking. She said that she managed to find out that their target is Her Highness the Holy Virgin, the first person of the religious society who is guarded on the mountain. Molan continued that the entire area is surrounded by guards, so she didn't want to act recklessly like she did last time, so she decided to take a detour. The little sister concluded that she wanted to go from an ordinary priest to a pope, because she discovered hundreds of volumes of religious books in the library and she needed to study them all. The guy didn't agree with the plan. Hai-Su and Molan entered the church. There the priest said that after the Holy Virgin retired, cases of attacks by monsters became more frequent throughout the empire, because the church knows that they are controlled by demons. The priest said that the king and the church were offering rewards, encouraging adventurers to slay demons and hunt monsters, so whoever was more fortunate would be given a pilgrimage to the holy mountain. Our hero was dressed like a hunter, and his sister stood next to him with a book in her hands. He suggested that we be adventurers in order to get to the holy mountain and find the Holy Virgin. The guy continued that they would follow the path of glory, they would fight demons and monsters, and deeds awaited them. The girl closed the small book and hid it on her chest. The young man was ready for new adventures, he proudly said. Well, let's go ahead with adventures. They were in the forest. Suddenly, the young man heard a rude voice. Hey young guys, you can't come here. In front of our heroes, there was a dug hole, and on the other edge stood 3 tall people. They were all armed, the leader had a sword. He said that this is not a place for newcomers to walk. A trap has been dug here. A large hole was dug to a depth greater than a man's height, and there were points stuck in it that stuck out like thorns. Our hero bravely replied that this small hole was their trap. The big guy, whose one eye was once damaged, told the young man not to boast of his strength in front of him, since they know that the new guy can't see anything. Then the man came closer to the young man and, stretching out his hand, took him by the neck. He growled that if they had invaded their domain by accident, they would be helped to find their way back. Our hero did not want to show strength here, but the situation was not simple. The girl suggested that dialogue with such guys would not work, so maybe she would try to convince them by force. Lightning flashed in the sky and thunder roared. One of the men told the leader that the weather had changed. The girl looked around. It suddenly became dark around her. She said it had an ominous aura. The leader said that apparently a demon has appeared. If he is the source of this aura, he can be easily tracked by it. In the darkness between the trees, many pairs of fiery red eyes appeared, which did not hesitate to attack. A moment later, a large snake with an open mouth attacked the people. She was enormous in size. Her poisonous sharp teeth just wanted to bite into human flesh. 3 warriors, standing back to back, put up a magical barrier. A green sphere of protection covered them. The man in black, who was holding a scroll, shouted that this was the last teleportation scroll. Being in mortal danger, the black man threw a scroll in front of our heroes. The beauty told the master that the strangers had given away their last teleportation scroll. A moment later, a luminous tornado swirled in that place, lifting up stones and tree roots. The leader shouted to the young people, calling them newbies so that they would definitely stay alive. The teleportation vortex began to lift the girl and the guy up. The three adventurers were left standing in the clearing, surrounded by many monsters who were trying to destroy them. Among them were large crabs and horned orangutans. The leader took out his sword. The thunderstorm was getting louder and louder. The leader shouted to the young people so that they did not forget to tell everyone how heroically they fought, performing a feat. Our hero looked at the scroll and said that this is a very precious thing, and it is very difficult to pay for such a gift. Hai-Su then took the scroll and threw the item back to the three adventurers who were surrounded by monsters. At the same time, he shouted, "Here you go!" A teleportation portal opened, carrying the trio away. The guy decided what he would do next. He said they should follow the boss. The girl, armed with a spear, replied that she would continue on her way. Hai-Su rushed in first, followed by Mo-Lan. Their speed was incredible. It seemed as if they were flying through space and time. After a while, the guy stood on solid ground near giant trees, the trunks of which formed a protective field. The young man said that they were there. The girl stopped near the companion and, looking into the distance, asked if this was it. But ahead there was a zone that hid from prying eyes what was located there. The guy asked his companion to remove this curtain because nothing was visible. When the friend fulfilled the request, the young people saw a figure in a dark cloak with a hood. Immediately, the sister tried to jump towards the figure and, just in case, kept her spear on alert. A bright ray, like the protection of a stranger, passed in front of her figure. The hood revealed half of her hidden face. It was a girl with bright purple eyes. She didn't even move. Mo-Lan, nevertheless, approached the stranger and extended a spear to her neck. The guy was behind his girlfriend and carefully watched the dark figure. He asked who she was. Our hero looked up. Above his head was the crown of a tree, above which a scarlet crack could be seen in the sky. He noted that this crack in the protective barrier is a sign of the beginning of the destruction of this world. The young man continued that the world's evil is stored behind the rift, and if it penetrates here, it will be the end of this world, because the evil spirit is the ideal catalyst that widens the crack, and you are the god. The unfamiliar girl answered, "If he knows who she is, then maybe it's better for him to get out of here as quickly as possible, so as not to run into demonic creatures." The girl's eyes lit up at these words. The guy replied, "Even if he runs away, he will take her with him because one demon can be exchanged for a big reward. So be a good girl and surrender to me in an amicable way." The young man began to slowly approach the dark figure. He extended his brown-gloved hand toward her and said, "Come on." But the girl stood motionless, watching him with only one eye. Suddenly the stranger told him not to approach her, but by inertia he still moved closer to her step by step. Then, suddenly Mo-Lan waved her spear and stood behind the guy, covering him from the back. She said that this demonic creature is much stronger than the previous one and is very different from them. The stranger quickly began to speak, as if afraid of something. She said there were hundreds of places like this in the area, and they could die if they didn't escape. The young man approached her almost closely and said, looking into her eyes, that she was very strange. Why haven't the demons killed her yet? A girl in a dark cloak sat down on a stone. Our hero sat down next to her and asked, "Because she doesn't want her companions to die, so why does she continue to guard this tree?" The stranger lowered her head, keeping her motivation a secret. The guy kept asking her about the reason. But the security girl remained stubbornly silent. Perhaps it was not her secret. Mo-Lan swung her spear, fighting off the attacks of the annoying monsters. She alone held the line while her companion had a pleasant conversation with the stranger, trying to persuade her to make a smart decision. The system girl warned Mr. Celestial not to forget that there were more and more demons around. The young man could not leave everything on his fragile shoulders. He told his companion to look after the girl while he dealt with everyone. The stranger said that she warned them that there were hundreds of them there and what they were going to do now. The teenager was still sitting on the stone, her head lowered even more. She added that there was no point in following her, so they could join forces and escape. The guy looked into the darkness, and indeed, dozens of eyes sparkling with anger were looking at him from the darkness. The young man heard the stranger's words like an echo. If they don't run away now, it will be too late. A pillar of light fell from the sky to the ground. In its rays, our hero rose above the ground. The beam illuminated the ground with a powerful stream, breaking stones on the ground and everything that came in its way. Then the guy directed the light energy of the beam at the evil spirits, at the hundreds of monsters and demons that surrounded that place. The fire incinerated the attacking creatures with a bright flame. The bodies of the demons were torn into pieces and their parts were scattered up and to the sides. Then they burned in a light flame. The girl in the black cloak fell to her knees. She looked at all this, not believing her eyes. She thought it was. Our hero crushed the eye of the demon that got under his boot and told the stranger cheerfully what she said, because then it would be too late. The young man approached the carcass of the last monster and, placing his foot on its smoking body, said that everything was settled with the cakes. So, let's continue where we left off. The small black figure fell to his knees and began to pray. Her figure, despite being dressed in dark clothes, began to emit a light aura. The bright rays of the sun descended down to the earth. In the sky, where a scarlet gap had recently been visible, the clouds parted and a blue expanse of heaven appeared. The tree that the girl was guarding began to glow. Molan looked into the sky and told Mr. Celestial that the clouds were dissipating and the rift was shrinking back. The young man raised his head and noted to himself that everything had indeed disappeared. Suddenly the stranger stood up and said that they probably misunderstood her, since she did not say that she would not run away. At these words, she turned around and... The guy shouted to the runaway, "Stop!" But it was too late. She hit the barrier with all her might, which had been placed specifically to prevent her from escaping. From severe pain, the girl screamed, "Anna!" The stranger was locked with a spell, as if in a barrel. No matter which direction she moved, the protective field prevented her from escaping. The guy shouted to her because he asked her to wait. The young companions approached the fugitive, who got a lot of bumps from the strong blows. The young man told her that the protective spell was cast at the moment of destroying the demons. Molan said, looking at the fugitive whose entire forehead was blue from bruises. The guy said that he didn't know that she would run so fast, but no matter, we take her and dump her. After a while, in some kind of nightmare, the stranger whom our heroes found rushed forward. She was pursued by a crowd of men with torches who shouted to prevent her from escaping. Others shouted death to the demons. Suddenly, the fugitive, caught on a stone, fell down heavily, riding on her hands and injuring her body. She screamed in pain. The girl stood up and looked back. The crowd followed her. But then everything changed. In her eye, as if in a mirror, a creature was reflected that was right in front of her with some thin two tails. When the girl stood up, the world turned upside down in her eyes. Her hair flowed down from her upturned head. The young man's voice asked the stranger whether she had woken up. Only then did the prisoner realize that she was hanging upside down. The fugitive was tightly bound, as she had been tied as Mistress Phoenix had taught. The girl asked them to let her go. The companions improved in the art of tying up the fugitive. The lower part of her body was tied by the youth, and the upper part was tied by Molan. The captive screamed that he was a pervert, and she would not obey. Molan asked the stranger which part she didn't like, how it was connected, the top or the bottom. The young man shouted that he only tied the bottom, which is now at the top, and the rest is not his work. The girl was removed and untied. The companions decided to free her in the hope that she would no longer run away. Molan said that it wasn't bad. The system girl advised the stranger not to try to run away from them anymore. The guy, looking at the runaway, thought that the girl that he saw in the mirror with this girl was the same person or not. Molan gave the runaway a loaf of bread and she quickly began to eat. Her companion told her not to rush because no one would take it from her. Our hero nevertheless realized that in front of him was not the person he was looking for. The young man told the girl that she first needed to bathe the stranger, otherwise she smelled bad. The companion said that she would definitely do as he said. The runaway was offended by the remark and said how impolite it was for him to say such rude words about a young girl. The young man then added that Molan should wash with her, otherwise she would get dirty. Two girls went to wash each other, and the young man still thought that this world was not so simple because at first, instead of a given place, they teleported to some kind of wilds. Our hero continued his thoughts because then they ran into a rift. However, for him, it was nothing, except that he spent a lot of time and became even more confused about who they were really looking for. The girls undressed and climbed into the water together. Mo Lan washed the runaway's hair. She was very pleased. She said that she felt so good, especially behind the ears. The soap was very foamy and fragrant. Mo Lan dried the runaway's hair and body after bathing. Then the companion told Hai-Su that she was finished. Our hero decided to start the survey. He came over and said his name was Hai-Su and asked her name. She said that after enjoying her last meal and bath, she had no more regrets. The young man said that she was mistaken because he did not want to kill her. On the contrary, he wanted to protect her. The guy came closer to the fugitive and put his hand on the back of an empty chair. Mo Lan sat the stranger on a chair that stood opposite the young man. So they settled down for a long conversation. The girl sat down and asked what kind of protection. The guy told the stranger that he doesn't care why they call her a demon. He believes what he sees, not what he hears. So he understood, because she is not to blame for the appearance of faults. The young man offered to cooperate in finding a cluster of demons in order to subsequently destroy them. The girl answered proudly that she was not going to be his dog. Our hero was a little scared that she gave such a sharp answer. The girl stood up slowly from the chair. He said that, in essence, it came out like this, but coming from her it sounded strange. The interlocutor slowly approached the door and even gave out something similar to a smile, saying that everything was in order and she would be happy to help. Now he can go to... Suddenly the fugitive, turning on breakneck speed, disappeared through the door like a rocket. Everything happened so instantly that our heroes did not have time to prevent the escape. The guy shouted, cursing, "Damn, stop!" Suddenly, after running 10 meters from the house, the fugitive ran into a barrier of protection that the young man had put up just in case. She hit her head hard on the barrier again. After some time, when the stranger was in the mood for cooperation, the three of them went out to a mountain cliff. The guy held the fugitive with his hand. She said that many demons came here. The guy said that it's not bad, there is somewhere to roam. Dozens of cracks appeared in the sky. The young man continued, so that she would not worry about the demons, he would kill each of them and let her close the rifts. Many creatures appeared below. Our hero told Mo Lan to look after the fugitive while he dealt with the demons. The system girl said she would do what he asked. Suddenly, the stranger felt that she was trembling. She said that this is it. Her head began to hurt sharply, as if she were tripping in front of herself. Mr. Celestial saw in the center of the cliff a light column of energy descending from the sky. Suddenly, he cursed. The guy shouted who was stealing his demons from under his nose. They stood over a cliff and saw a girlish image in black clothes. The fugitive looked closely at what was happening. It seemed that she knew more than our heroes. She sat down over the cliff and began her work. The girlish image that emerged there was very militant. On his head was a helmet with a red stone in the middle at forehead level. Someone shouted, "Girl!" It was Hai-Su shouting to the new girl that he had put a lot of effort into meeting her. The young man looked at the heavens, where the Blessed Virgin, the one he had been looking for so long, hovered in the clouds. He told her that she knew who he was and to show her what she could do. After a moment, the guy raised his hand up to get to the top and reach the place next to the saint. But she disappeared, making a circle in the sky. The young man looked around, but nowhere did he see the figure of the girl who had been there a moment ago. The young man said it was amazing. Suddenly, his companion, who remained near the fugitive, called him urgently back. Mr. Celestial turned to her and asked what happened. Our hero had to immediately return to Earth. Mo Lan, pointing to the fugitive who was on her knees, said that the girl was in this state for a long time and did not even react to a cry. The young man suggested that it seemed to him that this was an advanced disguise spell. The girl sat with her eyes closed and was glowing with some kind of bright light. The guy said that if she hadn't been right in front of him, he wouldn't have noticed her. Mo Lan asked what they would do next. Haisu said that the maiden flew away, so they should return to their plan. First, he will go down and destroy the demons. He thought that the world was really collapsing. He was overcome with rage. The guy thought because the holy maiden is strong and she can control her power, even in a fit of rage, so he felt both divine power and fierce thoughts at the same time. The young man noted to himself why the Holy Virgin kills only demons and ignores him. Is she really under the influence of evil spirits? Mo Lan said that she returned with the loot. Our hero could not stand the smell of his companion. He told her to wash herself. Since the rifts had grown larger, he had begun to smell strongly, which made it difficult for him to concentrate. On a city street, a boy ran down the street waving his arms, which contained a local newspaper. He shouted that the church was shocked by the appearance of a talented adventurer who had killed many demons. Everyone in the city began to discuss the new hero, who is very strong and rips out the guts of a demon, and when he hits, he can kill 200 monsters with one blow. The crowd listened to the herald attentively. Our hero came out dressed like a knight. Everyone looked at him. The speaker continued that he saw a large mountain of demon corpses, and it was creepy how one person could kill so many monsters. 3 high-ranking church ministers approached Haisu and bowed and said that they thanked him for his contribution to the security of the empire, so his status was elevated to that of a knight. The guy replied that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Then one clergyman said that his patrimony was in the northern lands, so he needed to go there. The young man thought that the award ceremony was made to look like a trial. But he only bowed and did not say anything to the church servants. Finally, 3 holy men decided to give advice to our hero. They said that demons are born with the beginnings of evil, and if they are not stopped, the plague will continue to spread. The last phrase of the high rank was that good will triumph on earth only after the complete extermination of demons. The young man was glad that the ceremony was over. He hurried to the carriage driven by Mo Lan. The guy remembered the faces of the clergy and said that it was more like brainwashing. Our hero did not understand what was wrong with him and why the church was distorting the facts. The young man got into the carriage and a fugitive was sitting there. The guy asked, sitting down opposite the fugitive, what she had done so terrible that the church wanted her dead despite the consequences. The girl was sitting in the carriage opposite the young man. Her state of stupor had passed, but now her voice drooped at the question asked. And she could not answer the young man. The young master told her to score because it doesn't concern him. Just be smart and don't lie. The guy asked the coachwoman to drive faster. Then he asked how far it was to go to his estate. Our hero looked out the carriage window. Mo Lan replied that, judging by the map and the speed of the horses, the journey to the county would take about 5 days. But if we take into account the weather and there will be rain and slush, then all 7. Mr. Celestial said that this is a very long time. He made himself comfortable and almost lay down on the seat of the carriage. Then Mo Lan said that it would still be faster on a carriage than on foot. Our hero put his hand under his head while lying on the seat. He called the runaway Snow White and said that, "Okay, let's chat with you to relieve boredom." She asked who Snow White was. The guy immediately asked her to tell her about herself, about the barrier, about the rift, and about this whole world. Because now I have enough time to properly talk to you. The girl with white hair told him that now that her life is in his hands, she can only do what he orders her, so she will begin her long story. Snow White said that she is not a demon, but a believing victim, with no way back and no place to return to, because she carries out her will and uses the power that she gave me. The young man asked his interlocutor, when they turned onto the road between the forest and the mountains, whether it meant that there were other magicians like her. The guy continued, because the girl can feel the cracks and must close them, and because of this, that she was where demons appear, people consider her a demon. Our hero did not understand why the Holy Virgin attacked her there near the cliff. He explained that he called her Snow White because of her hair color and because he didn't know her name. Then the girl lowered her head and said that her name was not Snow White, her name was. Then she fell silent, lowering her head even more. Her long bangs fell so that they covered half of her face. The girl understood that it looked strange from the outside, but still she said that in fact she did not have a name. Then the young man said that if this was so, then she would remain Snow White. The runaway said that she didn't like this name. It sounded like a disease. The guy raised his hand and scratched the back of his head. Mr. Celestial said that there is always a lot of trouble with women. Then the young man shouted, "What about Elisa? This is the name of a maiden who is said to exist only in fairy tales. She is brighter and nobler than any flower, and purer than a precious stone." The girl repeated the name Elisa. Mo Lan, who was already sitting next to her on the seat of the carriage, said that she seemed to like her. He said, how could she not like such a beautiful name? The young man, who turned around and stared out the window, did not understand one thing. Why Elisa, who closes the rifts, and the holy maiden, who destroys demons, are at enmity with each other. The carriage drove onto the road that led to a mountain settlement. Our hero thought that he would apparently receive the answer to everything when he reached the top of the holy mountain. The northern border of the fief was not suitable for farming. These lands were often attacked by demons, and the 4 main families located here did not cultivate the land. The clerk told Lord Hai Su why not wait a little longer, because the owner of the southern lands of the county had only 2 years left before retirement, and there were richer lands there. Our hero said firmly that he chooses these northern lands. All the people of the village lined up to greet the new master. There were officials, minor officials, and a church minister. The celestial lord walked in front, with Elisa and Mo Lan walking behind him on both sides. He told the townspeople that he had heard that most of the local money had been looted by demons. So let's get it back. Our heroes had a first mission, to kill all the demons and take the treasures. But they must take into account that there were a whole bunch or many heaps of monsters there. The second mission was that we need to create and expand the infrastructure. That is, put everything that is dilapidated in order. If there is a shortage of labour, we will find a way to fill it. Local officials decided to conspire against Lord Hai Su because they thought that he was very powerful and might begin to poke his nose into their affairs. They decided to use poison by pouring it into a roast goose. The poison had neither taste nor smell. On the table in honour of the arrival of the gentleman, there was a dish with a goose. Our hero was so hungry that he ate it right away. He told officials that the goose was very tasty. All his subordinates were taken aback, but the Lord was alive and well. The guy was picking at his mouth with a toothpick. Then he said that he almost forgot. He had something for them. The guy said that, having killed demons throughout the area, he did not find treasures from the treasury, but traces of officials were everywhere. The guy's third mission was to fight the bandits and destroy the thieves from the nobles. After completing all 3 missions, the town came to life again. The guy said that, thanks to his efforts, the city is thriving. His 2 assistants always helped him in everything and followed closely. The young gentleman, standing on a hill from which a picturesque view of the town opened, said, because he thinks that such results for this era can already be called an achievement. The young man thought and scratched his forehead. He told the girls that he couldn't shake the feeling that something important was slipping through the cracks. Elisa asked what was the matter. Then the guy approached Elisa and asked why there were 2 Snow Whites. He held one girl in his left hand, the other in his right. Suddenly, after a moment, there were 4 girls with white hair. They said that here they would be given shelter and not driven away, and they multiplied due to a small reaction between them. And their name is Elisa. Then Elisa thanked the young man for persuading the villagers to accept them, even if they had to use the magic of persuasion. The guy replied that there were no other towns nearby. There was enough labour, thanks to the reproduction of Elisa. Her copies worked perfectly around when our 3 heroes stood at the entrance to the new building. The young man said that the infrastructure is ready. All calculations on the performance of all Elisa were kept in a book where everything they did and what they ate was recorded. There were a lot of entries there as Elisa kept multiplying. Mo Lan watched everything. The system girl looked after the copies of Elisa. According to her observations, they were stronger than a person with average capabilities, but their endurance did not increase, so they needed to rest well all the time. In addition, each Elisa has different preferences with a very smooth taste of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy and salty. One favourite taste has not yet been found. The young man was standing next to Elisa when she looked at herself and asked him if she had to wear this white dress because it was a little short. The young man noted that copies of Elisa are usually gentle and calm, but if they sense danger, they immediately run away. From her notes, Mo Lan concluded that Elisa is Master's #1 favorite Snow White. Mo Lan kept her notes and thought that, however, the experiment of Mr. Celestial would not be successful because Elisa would not be able to live here forever since they used this place as a recreation center. Elisa said that they were rootless people who wandered around the world, not staying anywhere for long. This was the case before the appearance of the Lord Celestial. Suddenly, the number of all Elisa in this town did not change. They often gathered in groups and left and never returned. One day, Elisa approached our hero and said that she thanks him for his help, but they need to fulfill their duties, so they cannot continue to live in this shelter. The guy answered the girl that he had not yet figured out their secret, and he needed their sample anyway. There are many of them. It's okay if someone gives up their body as payment for temporary accommodation. But all Elisas tried to escape, but the master, using barrier magic, stopped them. In the large room, Mo Lan told Elisa that the master was examining her. She must behave well, otherwise. The system girl put the documents on the table and said that she would look for Mr. Celestial. Elisa said that she wanted to go with her. Both girls walked towards Lord Hai-Su. As they stood in front of the large closed door, Mo Lan asked Elisa what she needed from the master. At this time, energy burst from the heavens. It rushed like a fast spear to the ground. But where was it going and what did it want to hit? A strong discharge struck near the holy tree of life. She hit the tree trunk, but it still survived. One of the guards in armor with a spear reported to his master that no traces had been found. He stood on the resulting fault. The chief stood on top of the mountain slab. 2 horsemen appeared in the sky, riding white horses with powerful wings. The heavenly rider told the elder that they had arrived north, passing half the empire. Maybe it was here. The elder replied that her strength was now at its limit due to the arrow wound, meaning that she could no longer maintain her disguise. Then the old man ordered everyone to keep their eyes open. The red-haired sky rider told the warriors to fly after him. He rushed his winged horse down. At this time, in the forest, someone's steps were heard between the tree trunks, and sometimes the sounds came, ha, hoof. The tracks led to the stone. Someone was breathing heavily. It was one of Elisa, who left the town and did not return the day before. She was wearing a black cloak, but the hood was not pulled up, and her white hair was visible. The girl looked up. Snow White said that she was almost there. She stood on a hill. In front of her was a view of the city with many buildings. In the middle of it stood a tall holy cathedral and a palace with many towers. At this time, in the large room, Elisa groaned. Hai-Su and Mo Lan were near her at that time. The guy asked what happened. It seemed that the girl felt something alarming. Then Elisa said, "Dear Mr. Hai-Su, please help." The friends did not hesitate for a minute and hit the road. Our hero, using acceleration, flew, placing Elisa on his shoulders. Mo Lan flew after them. The white-haired girl said that they are weak, so they do not save the wounded, but he is strong and can help. When our heroes caught up with Snow White in a black cloak, she was at the edge of the forest. They were just about to get closer to her when they heard a whistle. This deadly arrow, shot from the sky, flew and pierced Snow White in the back. It was so big that its tip pierced deep between the girl's shoulder blades. All our heroes were amazed by what happened. Fear showed on their faces. Elisa was the most frightened of all, because Snow White was her copy. The wounded girl walked a few steps towards Elisa and fell to the ground with the words, Al-Iza. The girl quickly ran up to her copy, but the mortally wounded poor thing disappeared below, as if she had fallen underground. Elisa extended her hand, but the earth closed, leaving only a black cloak in her hands. A light shadow rose from that place into the air. But except for the cloak, there was nothing left of Snow White on the ground. The poor girl sat on the ground in front of her attacker and clutched her black cloak in her hands as if it could protect her from the attack. At that moment, she heard the warrior say, "Die, monster!" The red-haired youth loaded his large bow with a deadly arrow and after a moment it fired. At the same time, he said that in the name of the Holy Virgin, he would destroy all evil in the world. The arrow glowed and flew, having a magical charge of destruction. She flew so fast that the poor thing had no chance to dodge her. Elisa's face contorted in the face of mortal danger. At this time, our hero found himself in the place where he should have been, in front of Elisa. He managed to catch the flying arrow with his hand when it almost pierced the girl's body. The guy confidently broke the arrow in half with one hand and told his attacker that he was a shit-biter. Our hero asked which unit the warrior was from and who gave him the right to attack his people on his lands. The warrior dismounted from his white-winged horse and said that he was the commander of the Central Army of the Sacred Throne, Arvin Hawkeye, and he was probably a brave demon hunter. Then Arvin again loaded his bow with an arrow and told the Lord to let him deal with this demon, and of course, he would receive half the reward for the loot. Then the guy came closer and added that the Lord should get out of the way because this humanoid demon had bewitched him, or he decided to take the trophy for himself. Our hero replied that he had gone crazy. Our hero used the desert flame element technique. Immediately, a sandstorm arose there. Haisu said, "What kind of demons are we talking about? Because here next to me are only my townspeople." The hot sand burned Arvin's face, and he had to close his eyes from the strong hot wind. He said, "What are you doing, Lord?" The warriors who were on horseback shouted to the commander what was happening. Commander Arvin shouted that the feudal lord was protecting the demon and, despite his past services to the church and the empire in destroying many monsters, he was now helping the demon. The flames spread. The elder told the Lord that this world is teeming with demons and rifts. Fortunately, the Holy Maiden set them on the path of fighting wickedness, because we don't know your motives, but we can fix everything. Our hero said that the hunt for Elisa was organized at the behest of the maiden. This is interesting. The poor thing, who was hiding behind the back of the celestial lord, said that there was no need to protect her. It was useless. The girl continued to tell the young man that, although the death of my sisters is sad, this is our fate, because you always lose someone while walking on the edge of a knife, since closing the faults in itself is dangerous. Then Elisa walked straight into the flames. Her last words were that there was never a place for them on this earth, but she is grateful that the townspeople gave them shelter, and she makes a sacrifice for the sake of her sisters. Then, suddenly, someone touched Elisa's hand. It was Molan. She looked at the poor thing with tenderness. Then the poor girl looked back at her and said that you are Molan's sister. The system girl nodded to the victim. The red-haired commander and the elder looked at each other. They peered through the sand curtain to see what was happening there. Then the warrior says that, where is the demon? They are probably planning something. The elder said that harboring a demon is a serious sin. If the count gives it up, he will be able to atone for his guilt and not lose his title. Warrior Arvin said that, how to atone for guilt? Don't tell me. Our hero came out to meet the men. He said, how many times does he need to repeat that there are no demons here, only townspeople, because this is my land and I demand that you leave this place immediately. Then the Lord added that they had no idea who they crossed the road to. The flame continued to rage, avoiding the one who created it. The poor girl looked at her master and did not know how events would develop further and what she should do. Our hero told the two girls to leave while he dealt with these guys. Behind him was a flame that was getting higher. Commander Arvin ordered his soldiers to kill the Lord. Also, do not underestimate the enemy, because this young man mowed down hundreds of demons during the night. The soldiers rushed forward with shields and spears. The young feudal lord stood still. He heard the boss's command. Then there were more shouts from the commander, so that the soldiers showed the full power of the elite unit of the empire. There was a big explosion. After it, large clouds of smoke and dust rose around. The temperature went through the roof. No one could survive in such a flame. There were screams. Our hero said that he doesn't feel anything. This is the complete opposite of Molan's powers. So, apparently my guesses were correct. The guy raised his hand up and said that it was not for them to talk about his guilt, because he was simply punishing all true sinners. A bright light from his figure rose up into the sky. All the warriors who managed to escape shouted where he got such strength from. Everyone rushed to run away and call the elder. The old man was able to resist the spell a little. Arvin stood next to him, defending himself. The place was lit up with a large flame. It was visible from afar, against the backdrop of dark mountains and forests. The elder, all tattered, could barely stand, leaning on his staff. The captain was half naked. He was standing on one knee. The old man told the Lord that he was a blasphemer, a demon bringing death. Our hero, stopping the flurry of flames, approached his enemies. He told the old man to call him what he wanted, but for now, let them be good boys and follow him in a good way. After a few days in the city, people came to a magnificent palace. This northern district was in disrepair until Lord Su came here, who changed everything and put it in order. Now, on the site of old houses, new ones were built, which were large and strong. Now, people were not forced to move or live on the street. Beautiful pavement lined the streets. Many copies of Elisa were working around the barns, which were filled with grain, and everyone had food to spare. The girls carried sacks of grain and loaded them onto carts. Every day, new traders came to the city to make deals. Near the town hall on the square, they unloaded their goods. A few days later, the merchant asked Elisa's copy what they were doing now, since the harvest season had just begun. She said that all this was on the orders of the Lord and that he should not worry. Another white-haired girl led the old woman to a wheelchair, telling her that it would be more convenient for her to move around. She replied that she was already very old. But the girl helped her sit down in the chair. A girl copy of Elisa walked through the city past people and couldn't believe her eyes. She said it was amazing. Who would have thought what the Lord meant and how long our life would be like this? Suddenly, one townsman called out to the beauty. He said, "Or is she the Elisa who always follows the Lord?" That townsman was not young, wearing a brown cap and blue vest. The man asked what was wrong with the Lord because he had not appeared in public for 2 days. The girl said that everything was fine, he just had a lot of work. But in fact, since that day, he has been interrogating prisoners. The old man laughed and said that the Lord has a lot of work now, and he is working hard. Then the old man reached into his pocket and took out a piece of candy. He said, handing it to the girl, that they work so hard every day, so he gives her the candy. Elisa took the candy and unwrapped it. At this time, the old man saw that another girl was dragging a huge barrel on her back and ran there shouting so that the girl would not lift such a heavy burden. Then a crowd of townspeople gathered near the beauty. The man suggested that Elisa should ask the Lord to reduce his working hours since they work a lot. The little girl brought her a delicious dessert. The girl was pleased that the townspeople were so worried about her. She thought how nice the attention was and wanted to eat the unwrapped candy. Suddenly, some loud sounds were heard outside the walls of the fortress. The gates opened. A moment later, a running young man appeared there, shouting that trouble had happened and the church was coming to attack their city. The guy pointed his finger at Elisa, who stood in the center of the crowd of townspeople. He said that in the neighboring district he learned that she was not a person but a demon, and because of her, the church and soldiers were coming here. Then a voice came from the crowd asking the guy Luis to apologize. Other young people did not understand what he was talking about and began to look at Elisa. Some began to doubt, others threatened for slander. One guy from the crowd said, looking at the girl, that it was true. Her hair, creepy violet eyes, they didn't pay attention to it. And maybe the Lord didn't notice it either. The candy fell out of the beauty's hands and flew down. All the people vying with each other began to point fingers at Elisa and say that she is a monster. Then 2 copies of her approached the girl from behind. One of the copies said that perhaps there really was no home for them in the world. Another copy said that they were lucky to be here for so long. Elisa told her 2 copies that it was time to leave, so let them help the townspeople with last-minute chores and then run away. Then another copy thanked the gentleman for everything. Then copies of Elisa were distributed around the city to finish things off. The girls were worried that the gentleman would not have problems because of them. The beauty became very sad that they had to leave this city. But the girl was afraid that the gentleman already had a lot of worries. The girl remembered all the hardships that she and the guy had previously experienced. But now she so wanted him to come and take her hand, take her away from this crowd of ill-wishers. Elisa began to cry. Tears flowed down her cheeks and she wiped them away with her fist. She thought that, of course, this guy has a difficult character and only little sister Molan can stand him. The girl remembered how just an hour ago, a little girl treated her to a pie that her mother had prepared. She didn't understand why she was so sad. The beauty looked at the city that they helped restore, and which became their home for a while. All the memories mixed together. Elisa realized that now the gentleman could do something in this situation. He appeared on the steps of the town hall and said that quite a lot of people had gathered here and that he had an announcement. All the people turned towards the town hall and began to listen. People did not understand what the young master was doing and what he wanted to tell them. Hai Su told the assembled people that the evacuation instructions were almost complete, so he wanted to convey to everyone that he was declaring war on the church. The girls, copies of Elisa, stood on the city wall and looked down as the carts with people left the city. One of the sisters said they did everything they could. Another girl said that the Holy See will not interfere with ordinary people and they also need to leave because the townspeople are leaving. Elisa number 1 said firmly that she would not leave. All her copies asked why she said that. The beauty explained that they lived in constant fear and it didn't take much effort to return to their previous life, but after she experienced this warm and calm life, the girl continued that she no longer wants to wander. This is her home. She will not give it up, even if she has to die here. She remembered how they lived happily in the city, helping everyone. Elisa approached the Lord and said that he, as the person who made them so homely, is responsible to the end. At these words, the beauty touched his elbow. The guy tried to joke and said that she was laughing because he didn't remember anything. The interlocutor did not understand the joke. She spoke sincerely and seriously. She asked why he was joking like that. The young man answered the girl who tried to stop him that, hadn't she heard the saying, "Do your job, guard your home," because he has a lot to do now, so he leaves. Elisa ran after him and asked him, "Wait, Hai Su, what do you mean you are leaving us?" The Lord said that he could not help them forever because it was simply impossible. The feudal lord was descending the steps from the city wall. He replied that he had protected them enough in the past, but that was over. He was leaving, so she had no reason to stop him. The girl shouted to the young man because he forced them to build all these defensive structures. Why retreat now? Is everything they did now pointless? The young man said, turning half a turn, that no one in the world could save her. A few minutes later, the sky suddenly became dark and there was an instant attack. A vortex of energy pierced the sky and attacked the space above the city. Dozens of arrows rushed first upward and then to the ground. They wanted to strike the flesh. A strong explosion rang out in the city square, illuminating everything around. The girls' figures rushed about in confusion. The sound of horse riders' hooves could be heard everywhere. May the world be free from suffering and disasters, and may all living things develop and prosper. White heavenly horses flew ahead. There were many of them. Flags fluttered high at the top of the columns. In the name of the Holy Virgin, they wanted to find blessings, take the path of punishment and retribution, driving out evil. The commander was flying on a winged horse. The warrior told the general that the encirclement was almost complete. All civilians had been evacuated, and they were ready to attack. The general replied that, "Okay, then blow the horn." The commander of the heavenly warriors gave the command. He shouted that, following the will of the Holy Virgin, we must destroy this blasphemer. Flying closer to the city, the general shouted to Hai Su, the heretic, not to resist, and he would grant him an easy death. If he persisted, then a terrible fate awaited him, worse than death. The poor copies of Elisa were trapped. One girl said that they had to run, but the other replied that it was too late to run. The third said that there are many nights and they will all be caught. Elisa told them to shut up. They must protect the city. She said this so confidently that there was no doubt about what they should do now. Turning to the girls, their number 1, Elisa, said that they have been hiding for too long, but this time they will not retreat, even if Hai Su is not with them. The city's fortresses began to glow with a purple glow. It was a defense for the city. The riders on white horses that were soaring in the sky saw a protective purple field approaching them. Number 1. Elisa gave the command to her copies. If they get injured, then they need to retreat and change. Do not sacrifice themselves as they usually did. All the militant girls understood the order. Retreating into the mountains, our hero watched the city. A purple glow illuminated the city walls. The defense took on the outline of a purple sphere covering the city. The guy was with the system girl. He said the girls could hold out for a while. Mo Lan confirmed that the church army is well-trained soldiers, so it will be difficult. The young man used his technique to make a small flame with his hands. The guy said that he has confidence in his structures to protect the city, and he keeps in touch with them. Mr. Celestial told Mo Lan not to forget, because everything they did was for this moment, and now is the time to reap the benefits. The couple stood in a magic circle that glowed. Our hero used the acceleration technique, and the point from where he started moving lit up. The beam headed upward past the purple sphere. The boy and girl were flying at high speed. He shouted that he was right because all the elite troops were here, at the walls of the city. Mo Lan asked him because he was using Elisa as bait. The guy replied that Mo Lan should not bother him with this now. They moved up one after another. The young man was in front. The peak of the mountain blinded my eyes with its purity. The air became colder and colder. The words came, "No one in this world can save her." 2 silver dots were moving towards the snow palace. The doors of the snow bastion were opened by the young man with the help of his spell. The 2 of them stood with the system girl at the entrance. The northern sun illuminated the large hall. 2 figures walked into the hall. The guy said finally. A girl was sitting on top, locked on many chains. Her figure was motionless. A light aura framed her body. The guy moved forward, stepping carefully. He looked around. His footsteps echoed repeatedly throughout the building. His companion, who was following him, said that something seemed wrong. He replied that he had noticed it too. The chains with which the girl was chained were hanging everywhere. The young man noted that these shackles in which she is imprisoned appear only when a person's life is under threat, but now they are of no use. The young man concentrated and cast a spell, raising 2 fingers up. There was a glow in his hands. He said that the shackles should be removed. At the same moment, Mo Lan saw the thick links of the chain begin to collapse, one after another. The sound of bursting iron chains thundered in the hall, and the girl staggered to the side as one almost hit her. Lord said they finally did it. The young figure of the girl who sat in the center of the hall was free from shackles. Her eyes were closed. Our hero picked up the captive in his arms and carried her. The system girl said that all they had to do was wake her up. The guy walked up the steps. The young man stopped and placed the Holy Virgin on his lap. He felt her and took her pulse. Then he concluded that it was not difficult, as he thought there was no consciousness, only instincts. The young man checked the body further for reflexes and hardening. He concluded that this shell simply cannot be damaged. Mo Lan was nearby and watched his actions. The system girl also analyzed everything and said that we need to think about it. She began to tell the Lord Celestial that a person will not be able to Abruptly, she stopped mid-sentence. The guy objected that he didn't know what she was talking about, but it was true, this shell would not survive the disaster. Mo Lan added that an empty shell, without a soul, is what this woman is, the one they saw then. The young man now agreed with the conclusion of the system girl. He said that's exactly what it is. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the opening, illuminated by bright light, a shadow from which was reflected on the floor in red figures. The long head of hair ended in 2 braids at the ends with bristles. This person was wearing a helmet with a large red precious stone in the middle, on the forehead. This was exactly the person our heroes saw then. Mo Lan was next to the unconscious girl. She gently hugged her body. The guy concluded that the person had been following them since they broke through the defense. Mo Lan said it was an evil spirit. Our hero said that it turns out that the protection was made so that he would not pass here, so the friend must protect the Holy Virgin, and if so, then we can begin. The evil spirit came closer and stood opposite the young man. He announced that he might like to introduce himself since he was his heavenly disaster. The immortal warrior has awakened. The young man said that at the behest of heaven he had arrived to help her gain immortality. The warrior moved quickly and had his own protection in the form of many lightning bolts. The hall of the Snow Palace lit up with the energy of confrontation. 2 light beams pierced the space. The girl's evil spirit was holding in her hand something like a round symbol that emitted a light beam of energy in the form of a sword. The immortal warrior began his attack, quickly rushing forward. He fought off the rays of light directed towards him. The glow, one after another, flashed here and there. The warrior shouted, raising his right hand up. "Forward!" The rival enlarged the round sign, and a whole system of some icons and figures formed there, which the evil spirit held in front of him with both hands. It was probably a circle of protection in the form of an energy shield. The distance between enemies has decreased to a minimum. The fearless spirit guarding Hai Su hit her opponent's circle of protection with her right hand with all her might. In front of the mask of the immortal warrior, right before his eyes, a round sign began its active actions. It spun around its axis. Many light rays from the center of the sign began to emanate in different directions. They illuminated the space around. The beams threatened to cut everyone they caught in half. The immortal warrior crossed his arms in front of him, putting up a defense against the death rays. Molan screamed as light rays rushed towards her. She held the body of the captive and called out to the celestial lord. A strong flurry of energy demolished everything in its path. The system girl decided to act. She left the body of the lifeless maiden and, taking her spear, rushed forward. She shouted to be allowed to help the master. The young man's hand appeared and stopped Molan's rush. The gentleman's voice told her not to approach as it was dangerous, but simply to guard the body of the Holy Virgin. Hai Su was surprised that the enemy repelled his attack so easily, which means that she really deserves to be called the strongest in the world because her thirst for blood is unusually great. Our hero stood behind the immortal warrior. He thought that Elisa's attacks were getting more and more violent and the defensive array was starting to affect him. The young man told himself that he should not stop now. In the distance, he saw the figure of his rival. At this time, in the city, which was besieged by heavenly warriors. A real battle really broke out here, following all the rules of a siege of stone walls and fortifications. The commander lined up his soldiers in whose hands there were fiery torches. There were so many of them that they completely surrounded the city. The commander shouted, "Attack!" Elisa stood and looked up. Heavenly riders on white horses were flying there. The forces were not equal. There were too many warriors. The girl's hand was bandaged and she was wounded. The poor thing folded her hands as if in prayer and called out the name of our hero. She was trembling all over from anxiety and pain. Her whole body was covered with abrasions and wounds, but some of her friends suffered even more. Strong explosions pierced the fortress wall. The commander shouted to the warriors that the outer layer of the barrier was destroyed and that they continued to attack. Fires broke out here and there in the city. The fire burned everything in its path. No one was going to put them out. Even the tall tower that was in the central square began to burn with a bright flame. The copy girls, gathered together, sat and trembled with fear. One of them said that their home was no longer there. Another girl began to cry, wiping away the tears that were running down her cheeks with her hands. A copy of Elisa asked her friends why all this was happening, what they did wrong. Her eyes filled with tears. The head was lowered. My whole life flashed through my mind in a few minutes. A large explosion was heard in the central square. The Lord's palace was on fire. Suddenly, a male voice was heard near the girl. He answered her question that their only fault was their appearance in this world. A large explosion was heard in the central square. The Lord's palace was on fire. The fire spread with great speed, occupying the upper floors. All the girls' copies of Elisa were surrounded. Each detachment of warriors reported to the commander that they had caught up to a dozen monsters that were similar to each other and had the appearance of girls. Elisa started to escape from custody. All the girls were worried about her because it was very important for them that nothing happened to number one. The remaining girls remained in custody. The commander said that the monsters should not think of escaping because the Holy Throne had already figured out their magic, and now, no matter where they ran, the warriors would find them. The chief of the horsemen was very angry. He said that the will of the Holy Virgin is the law and we are all under her protection, so you demons who do not recognize her must disappear. The warrior raised his swords over the heads of the victims who were sitting defenselessly on the ground. They all screamed, "No!" The girl screamed for the warriors to stop. There was horror in her eyes. Her mind was gripped by panic. Each of the warriors grabbed a girl, began to threaten and beat her with a sword. A terrible scream arose there. The beauties asked for mercy, but the soldiers carried out the order. One of the guards reported to the commander, who flew in on a winged horse. The warrior told the general that all the monsters in the city had been captured, but the blasphemer Hai Su was nowhere to be found. The general asked that he escaped. The subordinate asked the general, since they had killed so many monsters, why was the holy maiden not visible? He replied that His Highness was in solitude and could not appear, but he needed to find Hai Su. Someone shouted an alarm. Someone invaded the restricted area. This cry echoed in the snowy mountains. The warriors rushed to run upstairs to the snow palace. One warrior said that the knight guarding the mountain was sent to search for the atheist Hai Su. 3 warriors were already on the plateau. There they were met by Mo Lan in the form of a spirit with a spear. The soldiers shouted that the intruder had been spotted. The system girl told the warriors to stop if they value their lives. Her spirit was behind her. The warriors were getting closer. They took their swords out of their scabbards. One of them said that, "How dare she be insolent?" The warriors were confident in their abilities. They had killed so many demons today. There was a strong explosion. This happened in the place where the knights were climbing up the steps. With screams, the attacking enemies were caught in the shock wave of the explosion and turned over several times in the air and fell down, hitting the ground. All warriors received mortal wounds. All their chainmail was covered in blood. Some of them remained conscious for a short time. At this time, the immortal warrior continued to fight with the spirit of the girl, who defended herself with protection. She directed the rays emanating from the protective symbol at the warrior. The girl asked how he dared to fight with Her Majesty. The young man, who was running up the steps, hearing these words, replied that this was indeed a difficult task. The girl in the helmet with a stone in the middle used a new technique. She dodged the powerful blow from the immortal warrior. On her circle of protection, she used her finger to select a new option. The symbol emitted a strong charge and hit the immortal warrior, who was very close to the circular sphere of protection. The new option resulted in a powerful beam emanating from the sign, throwing the immortal warrior upward a great distance. Mo Lan, who saw all this, screamed, afraid for the celestial lord. She said his name. Fear appeared in her eyes. She made an impulse to come running to help, but our hero stopped her, shouting that she should not approach, but simply guard the body. The immortal warrior gained strength after repelling the attack. Blood was flowing on Hai Su's face at the edge of her mouth. The system girl came to a conclusion and told the master that her murderous Shah thirst for blood was becoming stronger. Mo Lan clutched the spear in her hand more and more. The guy has already received many abrasions and minor wounds on his body. He said that he remembers that Shah's bloodlust is accumulated anger when one's own consciousness of disaster fades and dies. The system girl turned back and looked at the shell that was left when the evil spirit left her. She said that she still seemed to have a little bit of consciousness in her. Suddenly, the girl told the celestial lord that this was not what was important, and she was heading to him to help. The head with the helmet turned towards the young man. Our hero rushed forward with all his might, trying to avoid the pursuing deadly rays that hit the young man's tracks. So much so that the guy barely escaped with his feet. The immortal warrior also maneuvered between her rivals' beams, which were getting closer every minute. The guy and the immortal warrior were placed on opposite sides of the maiden's spirit. The Lord shouted at Mo Lan to watch the maiden's body. At this time, far away in the besieged city, one copy of Elisa was sitting on the floor and holding a mortally wounded girl in her arms. She said a phrase that only she understood. With some things, then she continued to speak into the heavenly space, remembering the words spoken by the Lord. No one can help. Elisa remembered how one day the girls were eating bread and talking. One said that Hai Su is not allowed to leave the city and this makes her angry. Another said that the gentleman was strange but good. The third girl asked what her friends were going to do if there were no rifts. The girl was told that they would stay here in the city forever. Then the copies turned to number 1 Elisa and asked her what she was going to do. She replied that she had never thought about it. But then, after chewing her bread, she added that she would probably try to save up money and buy a plot of land from the Lord to build such a large house as they built in the city. Now, at the end of this bloody day, when all her friends were wounded or killed, she thought about what really happened and why it happened. Elisa sat in the center of this bloody scene and wondered if his mission justified such a high price. The poor girl was sitting on the ground, her head hung low. One warrior quickly climbed the steps with a sword. The girl saw that the knight was approaching to kill the demon. The girl wondered if their existence was completely meaningless. The poor thing closed her eyes and folded her hands as if she were praying. She wondered if she really was a monster. Suddenly, a noise was heard above her head and a rift formed in the sky. The red trail from it became wider and deeper. Strange, loud noises came from there. The warrior raised his sword over Elisa's head and was just about to cut her head off when a light ray hit the warrior's hand with the sword, cutting it in half. The knight's blood splashed onto the girl, sprinkling her dress red. She did not understand what happened because she was ready to die. And now she looked at the wounded attacker. Other warriors, seeing this, shouted that this crack was a fault. The chief of the warriors said that such a number of monsters creates hellish rifts, and he should have predicted all this. Suddenly, a large green octopus with large green eyes that glowed brightly crawled out of the rift in the sky. His large head was dotted with white spots. Following him, a green snake, a huge centipede, and other monsters crawled out of the rift and began their attack on the warriors. All the knights began to fight back with swords. Cries for help were heard. They called the general, the holy maiden, and all the gods for help. The battle was unequal. There were more and more monsters. They were stronger. The guy who was left without an arm called for help one last time. Then he fell unconscious from loss of blood. The wounded knight fell right at Elisa's feet. But she had no regret for these warriors. Her body began to glow with a light aura. The girl continued to mentally pray and leave from there. Her whole body was shaking. The warriors rushed about, trying to simply run away from the monsters, but they overtook them. The girl folded her hands in front of her, a glowing aura protecting her from the monsters. Something terrible was happening around her, but it did not concern her. The girl's defense worked, but she tried for everyone. The poor thing closed her eyes and just worked with her abilities, closing the rift. Suddenly, the last monster managed to jump out of the closing rift. He was large in size, with 2 large paws, and immediately rushed into battle. The warriors fought with the demons, the flow of which had decreased slightly. One warrior shouted that this was happening because the attacks had become weaker because the rift was closing. The general did not understand what was happening either and shouted that how was this possible? His face was very menacing and fierce. Elisa continued to close all the cracks until the last one, until the sky became completely clear. Then she opened her eyes and looked around. The girl was covered in sweat and tears. She said that she couldn't let him go. After all, it was theirs. She didn't finish the sentence. At that time, in the Snow Palace, our hero and the system girl were standing next to each other. They looked at the divine maiden. The girl was wearing a helmet mask that half hid her face. There was a huge red stone in the middle of the helmet. The captive who was freed by Hisu suddenly began to stir. Her eyes opened. Her hands were folded as if she were praying. She uttered the first word, "Our." Then the girl with pointed ears raised her head. Her gaze seemed to become more conscious. She said the following word, "Mission." At this time, throughout the surrounding area, a light appeared in the sky. Some people even heard a voice from heaven. The peasants who were working near the haystack turned around and saw a bright heavenly glow. All city residents who returned to the city from the forest came to the central square. They saw how light rays rose from the town hall, where the battle took place, and flew upward. 3 church ministers appeared in white robes and white caps with crosses on them. Their eyes were closed. The bell of the city's high tower rang loudly, swaying from side to side. The bright mosaic of the tower's stained glass windows sparkled in the sun. On the mountain where the palace of the Divine Maiden was located, a bright light appeared that illuminated the entire sky. All the warriors raised their heads up, one to the other, saying that they heard the voice of the Holy Throne because her ladyship had come out. All the knights and people began to pray to the Most Holy Theotokos. Elisa prayed with her eyes closed and her hands folded. Her hair developed in a light glow. She was in a deep dive. The warrior said to the general, looking at the rays of light that rushed from the city to the mountains, because all the girls turned into streams of light and flew away. The general replied that he did not understand what was happening. The chief of the heavenly horsemen thought about it. He said that there was a forbidden demon in that direction. Could it be that her ladyship? The general interrupted his words. Suddenly, a divine maiden appeared in front of everyone, wearing black monastic robes. She had her head covered, her long white hair flowing in the wind. She stepped onto the ground. Our hero said that she had finally woken up. Hai Su, tired from the battle, sat on the floor with an immortal warrior standing behind him. The maiden bowed her head and said that she was very sorry for causing them so much trouble. Her appearance radiated divine calm. On her forehead there was a restic hanging from a monastic headdress. The system girl brought our hero, who was wounded and exhausted after the battle, closer to the saint. He told the maiden who appeared what to call her, and she understood that many events had happened. The holy girl said that her name should simply be Elisa. She looked at the young man, and her sympathy and compassion for him was visible. Suddenly, our hero asked how Elisa was. Molan was also very surprised when she heard this name. She couldn't say a word other than, "Huh?" Then the Blessed Virgin added that, of course, she can be called by her real name, and she named a complex name consisting of 5 words. Then Hai Su said that Elisa is a wonderful name. There is no need to change it. The interlocutor agreed, so be it. She nodded her head in agreement. Her pointed ears, like those of an elf, stuck out from under her hair. Suddenly, dozens of bright rays swirled in the air around the people. Our hero said what a familiar feeling, as he thought, because Elisa was only her will or her personification. The saint replied that this is both true and not, because she is one and she is 10,000, each copy is the real her, and she carries their joys and sorrows. She said that she lived with them for many days. Elisa continued that this world is on the verge of collapse. In order to maintain its integrity, she divided her soul, so many of her doubles, carrying her power, seal the cracks of the world. The Virgin said that the darkness inside her used this and forced her to close herself off from the outside world, and he pretended to be me and began hunting for my copies. Then, having returned my soul, he misled the church. Then the maiden bowed her head lower and said that she had wasted her strength and even Hai Su had taken some of it. So she would not be able to become a god, and they should not waste time but should leave quickly. The young man asked the maiden, because she had been with them for so long, they were rebuilding the city, so he would ask her whether she was absolutely sure of what she was saying. Suddenly, another image appeared in the hall. The words were said, "Don't lie to me, Elisa." It was as if the girl's evil spirit had arisen again and entered into a moral and physical confrontation with her. The gnarled hand reached out to the saint, wanting to destroy her so that only he, her evil spirit, could rule. A beam of light rays pierced the space of the hall. Powerful energy destroyed everything bad and evil. These rays emanated from the raised hand of the Holy Virgin. They were aimed at an evil spirit. The hair and clothes of the evil enemy began to fly in different directions from the quick attack. A clumsy hand was about to reach out to the face of the saint, despite the protection. With all his might, the evil spirit resisted the kindness and holiness of the Virgin. The word sounded, "No." Suddenly, the evil demon Elisa was struck by many light rays. They pierced the body of the spirit right through. Another moment, and the raised hand of the spirit, which was trying to grab the Holy Virgin, came down. Elisa finished the job she started. She irrevocably decided to deal with this evil demon who had done a lot of bloody things. The light rays incinerated the evil spirit into ashes. The system girl noted that everything happened so easily. Hai-Su stood nearby and said, "It turns out that a creature that can take the form of the sky cannot cope with its thoughts." The girl said that she only did not silently resist and even accompanied evil so that it grew. As a guardian, she always clearly understood that the world was hopeless. It was doomed to destruction. The saint concluded, lowering her head, that the connection between the human world and the kingdom of God was broken. If so, why waste your energy on it? There was no joy in her eyes. Our hero said that the first step towards honesty and openness has been taken. It still doesn't make sense, but we've already got down to business. The young man raised his hands up and then crossed them. The guy continued that he wants to introduce himself again, and he is her destiny, sent by heaven to destroy the obsession called despair living in her heart. He offered to become a celestial. Suddenly, strong lightning from the sky struck the snow palace. It seemed that hundreds of charges hit the place where the Holy Virgin stood. The column of light radiation was so strong that the heavens seemed to open up. The beam illuminated everything in its path and fell to the ground. Hai-Su said that the saint is worthy of the title of his strongest opponent. She is practically a god. This blow from the sky is amazing, incredible. The guy looked at the power of the light beam and began to doubt that they were unlikely to be able to win without much effort. The young man looked at the sky and was amazed at her strength. Virgo said that she would like him to understand what the matter is and just leave, but it seems that her wish will not come true. The immortal warrior rushed forward. His body sparkled with the energies passing through him. He said he worked so hard for this moment, and she tells him to just leave. So no. The warrior directed his energy in the form of a beam towards the Holy Maiden. The words were said there, "Today, you must do this." A light aura protected the girl from attack. The saint was floating in the air at high speed. She said that she always believed that divinity is led by a holy white-winged angel who ennobles the spiritual nature with his fire. Explosions sounded behind her. The immortal warrior's attack was very slow compared to the speed at which the maiden moved. The girl turned in his direction and said that if he had not appeared in front of her and the world had not responded, she would have thought it was a joke. The immortal warrior asked the question, "Angel, we can think about the painting style later." He struck with a strong blow, seeming to put all his strength into it. A strong explosion struck the space between the confrontation of two energies. Stones and dust scattered in all directions. Our hero asked Elisa to stop resisting, for her own sake, for God's sake. The warrior was hovering in the clouds next to the young man. The Holy Virgin did not want to reconcile. Hai-Su continued to ask her. He told her to stop beating for the sake of this world. At this time, two shooters walked along the path below on the ground. The two hunters stopped and looked up to see what the noise was up above. The Holy Virgin was flying in the air. She told Hai-Su not to speak. Her will not change. She didn't want to give up. The girl turned around and said, making two round signs of protection with her hands. She asked the young man why he was so obsessed with her. Then, after a pause, the maiden added, "Well, since neither of them can convince the other, they must then fight." In conclusion, the saint said that she could only defeat him and force him to abandon the idea of her resurrection once and for all. The girl extended her hand forward. 3 bright rays flashed from her palm, which rushed to attack the immortal warrior. The rays, intertwining with great speed, wanted to capture and bind the celestial being. He said that Elisa does not change. She says no herself, but she is very honest because she wants to fight. The girl threw a sharp sword towards her opponent. She told him to then allow him to help her experience her enlightenment for herself. The large sword moved in space, heading towards the enemy. The young man said that the soul is condensed and transformed into a divine weapon, which means this is its way of fighting. The immortal warrior stood in front of Hai-Su. Our hero told him, "Forward." Due to the appearance of protection, the sword flew past without hitting our hero. The guy said, seeing how the sword flew further, That such intensity, such determination, this is what a supreme being should be. It's good that his blood is also boiling. The young man told her not to worry. This time, he would make sure that she would be able to overcome the disaster. The Lord was determined because they had been fighting each other for a long time. After some time, they found themselves in the city. There was a strong explosion there. People were shouting what was happening. Others asked who came. The knights at the city walls shouted that it was Hai-Su. Another warrior said that this was a rebellious district. Our hero stood next to the fearless warrior. A large sword was stuck into the rock next to them. Hai-Su joked about how long he had been gone and why there were so many middle-aged people here.
Suddenly, thousands of arrows shot up into the sky. The guy said that there is only one truth. No matter what the temperament or image is, it is far from him.
The evil spirit of the girl, who arose again, said that in such a situation it is still possible to say these boring words with a calm face. This is very characteristic of her personality. The young man answered, "What kind of situation is this? You want to say that he is now outside the multiple army? So she is pressing him with hundreds of warriors in the sky because she underestimates him too much." The young man asked Elisa to understand something, because he is the one who will drive her into a corner in the end, and that's the only way it will happen. The guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. A strong thunderstorm struck the city's palace. It seemed that the sky was lit up with dozens of lightning strikes in one place. The knights fell to the ground out of fear and began to cover their heads with their hands. They shouted, "Damn it! What's going on?" Their faces were distorted with fear. The Holy Virgin prepared many signs of protection. She said the name of our hero and looked forward to the battle. The girl sent many symbols into space to attack the enemy. Round signs flew in the air like flying saucers. The evil spirit screamed at the Lord to stop looking at her with such honest eyes, because how dare he involve innocent people in all this? Our hero told the girl that he knows an old saying that says that the heavens are unkind. For them, it's all a show. Virgo asked, because he believes that this world is doomed, which means that these people will die sooner or later. Then why such a violent reaction? The beauty stood around her with symbols of protection. The young man told Elisa that there was no point in hesitating because she definitely didn't want to try. The Lord was determined, but blood flowed from some of the wounds on his face and body. The Virgin did not know what to answer because doubts began to creep into her soul. She started to speak and only said, Then she fell silent. Our hero created a sphere of protection that formed around him. She stopped all attacks that came from her opponent. The knights, who had come to their senses a little after the explosions, watched the enemy's conversation with their heads raised. One of the warriors told our hero not to dare speak to the maiden without respect. After these words, the young man decided to teach the warriors a lesson, who decided to reprimand him. An explosion thundered near the knights. The blast wave scattered them in different directions. Hai-Su took out his trump card from his pocket. A light sparkled in his hand. He told the girl to just watch quietly. Virgo asked again, or does he want her to just watch? She didn't know what to do because she heard people screaming. They shouted, "Her Royal Majesty is a saint!" Many warriors with weapons appeared on the walls of the city. They came to help the maiden. When she saw them, she said that these were the knights of the Eastern Expedition rushing to her aid. All the commanders, one in front of the other, began to report to the maiden about the readiness of their troops to enter the battle. One boss said that the first team had been assembled and was heading to Her Majesty. 3 ministers of the Holy Church bowed before the Holy Virgin and said that Her Royal Majesty, wait a little while, we set the boundary of the high society battlefield for her. The general gave the command to his troops to retreat a little and leave the area. The chief turned to the maiden for further orders. The saint answered the general that this was not a battle in which troops could interfere. After these words, she flew further away from the general. Explosions rang out as opposing energies came into contact with each other. The line of their meeting was illuminated by many explosions. None of the enemies wanted to give in. Our hero stood in a glow of flashes of explosions that flared up here and there. These were attacks by the general's soldiers. The holy maiden shouted to the general what they were doing and for them to stop the attack and leave. The general said that after all, Her Majesty the Saint is still fighting. How can they turn around and run away? The Supreme Commander shouted that it was a great honor for them to fight with Her Majesty because the celestial being may be strong, but he is only a man. At these words, the general was very angry. The Holy Virgin looked at the warriors who, one after another, swore an oath to her to fight to the last drop of blood for her. Our hero, standing in a protective sphere, watched their conversation. Hai-Su said that even in the face of such a powerful enemy, they did not think of running away, but chose to fight alongside her. An immortal warrior appeared behind the Lord. The young man told him to do him a favor and ask again, for their sake, because if they cooperate, they will quickly get through this, even if it hurts. Immediately, strong lightning struck from the sky above the city. It seemed as if the dark sky was lit up with thousands of discharges of energy. Virgo noted that our hero is indeed very cunning. Her face became tense. The stone on her forehead glowed, repeating the color of her beautiful eyes. The figure of a maiden appeared before the warriors, who froze in contemplation of the maiden. They stood with their mouths open and were amazed by this. All they could say was, "Your Majesty." The girl looked back and saw something that greatly struck her. She froze and could not move. The Virgin said only one word. "This is..." The gates of the heavenly palaces opened high in the sky before her. 2 white wings appeared on her figure. She said, coming to her senses, that she had succeeded. Behind the gate, a heavenly palace appeared in the clouds. Its coloured roof seemed to be floating in the clouds. A bright ray of sun illuminated the figures of the maiden who was in front of the gate. The Holy Virgin folded her hands in front of her and began to pray. She humbly closed her eyes and mentally turned to the Creator. Then she opened her eyes and looked again at the gates to the heavenly palaces, or she had not imagined all this. The guardian met them directly, standing at the gate. Tzu said that 7-coloured pleasant clouds and a clear, pure soul are the ideal ascension, so Hai-Su did it. The Holy Virgin said that this is the gate of paradise, where new gods are met, closed, leaving only the gate to receive spectacles. There is neither divine light nor the rainbow of eternal rivers. The Phoenix Guardian flew up to the Holy Maiden and greeted her. She said she was glad to see her and welcome to the heavenly court. The maiden asked if she was the guardian of Tzu. The Phoenix girl was surprised that the new celestial knew her. The saint explained that our hero sometimes spoke about her. Elisa remembered the scene when the young lord said, "Because when he thinks about Tzu, his fist itches." The new celestial used this phrase as an example because she didn't understand its meaning before. Then the saint remembered another incident when the Lord looked at the yellow chicken and said that this chicken really looked like the Tzu bird. It must be raised in order to eat it. Another time it happened was when our hero was riding a large ostrich and he shouted that didn't the bird look like a bald, fat version of Tzu? Then Elisa did not understand all these gentlemen's jokes. The Holy Virgin told the guardian that, to be honest, at first she thought she looked like a raven. According to the young man's description, this creature should have been terrible. Then the girl laughed and added that as soon as she saw Tzu, she realized that Hai-Su was talking nonsense. The girls stood one opposite the other and smiled cheerfully at each other. Suddenly, the voice of our hero was heard. He was next to the system girl. The guy said that he was finally back. Then the celestial asked whether Tzu missed him. The keeper replied that, of course. But her answer did not sound convincing. It was clear that a scandal was brewing due to the fact that she had just found out. The Phoenix girl said she would beat him half to death. With these words, she began to beat the guy. Deva and Molan stood aside and watched them. The system girl said that this is common. The gentleman celestial sat down on a stone and, wiping the blood from the abrasions, he told the hooligan how cruelly his beautiful face had been desecrated by her. Tzu stood to the side and crossed her arms in front of her. Our hero noted that the keeper knows how to set priorities and not leave a bad impression of her on a newcomer. She replied that he was the one who started it first and tarnished her reputation in front of everyone. The Phoenix girl said not to pay attention. She was a talisman and would show them the heavenly palace, and whoever he thought was responsible for the palace in his absence. At these words, the guy wanted to run away, but it was too late. The girl's authoritative voice told him to stop. She told him that he was like a rag doll that was being kicked because his soul was exhausted and his body was running out. He needed to be healed. The girl extended her hand to his forehead, but the guy said that he was sure that she could not do anything about it because such an injury can only be healed by leaving it alone, and we are in the discovery stage. The Guardian told Molan to escort Elisa while she took care of the Celestial Lord. She asked if treatment can be considered in vain when you are already in heaven. The Holy Virgin went with the system girl. Then she said that she was so sorry because he was suffering because of her. Molan replied that she should not reproach herself because the master was most glad that she was here. The girls held hands and went to see the palace. The system girl said that there is still a lot of work ahead, so they won't waste time thinking about it, because this is just the outer part of heaven. Suddenly, it suddenly became dark. 2 pairs of eyes only glowed in space. Darkness was everywhere around. The girls just let out a cry of fear. The bright wing of the phoenix illuminated the area around, but its power was not sufficient to illuminate the entire space. Our hero ran to the girls. He didn't understand why it suddenly became so dark. Something must have happened. He ran so fast, but now, without recovering, time seemed to stand still for him. The phoenix bird illuminated the gates of the palaces. She said that there was a very urgent problem in heaven that needed to be dealt with soon. The 3 of them stood together. Hai Su asked the bird what was the matter. Molan suggested that maybe this was an alien invasion. The Holy Virgin asked who could invade heaven. Phoenix said that in neither case was the heavenly power sufficient to maintain the eternal light. No matter how brightly the fiery phoenix shone, its wings could not illuminate all the palaces. The phoenix girl told them not to be nervous. In fact, heaven is often like this. Due to the recent abundance of energy, she almost forgot about it. But the energy must have run out. The guy grabbed his head and said, "Why didn't she say about this earlier?" He forgot that the phoenix had said something about this a long time ago. The girl answered because they can glow on their own, and it takes a lot of effort to maintain the flow of vital energy. So you don't care about such trifles, and it won't last long. Phoenix bird, reincarnated in human form, flew high above the celestials. She shouted as the whole area lit up, "What they can see is it's working again." Everyone looked there. The young man noticed that this was a problem that needed to be solved as soon as possible because his efforts had gone down the drain. Then she said that the solution is very simple. You need to organize a cycle. The young man told Elisa to forgive her for the mess because the heavenly temple of the heavenly court is in disorder, but he promises that he will restore everything since he did not have time to sort it out. Hai Su and the maiden stood opposite each other and looked into the eyes. Suddenly, the keeper squeezed between them and said that they were so good together, but she was envious. They felt uncomfortable with her words. The Phoenix girl said that the exchange of feelings was over, so they should go down to the ancient ruins, and she and Molan would stay here to help her. Our hero told the girl that his world is full of surprises. It is ideal for entertaining her. Elisa asked because he cannot avoid the fate of being called a celestial. The young man explained that the Phoenix girl here was the only party to the heavenly court, and she had made it a habit to put pressure on herself, and if he asked, she would only deceive him. The Phoenix bird had internal changes in its body. The girl had multiple cracks on her back that were bleeding, but she courageously hid all this. The guy went downstairs with Elisa. He thought there was a long way to go to get this stupid bird back to health as quickly as possible. Together, the maiden and our hero descended into the world with a number with 6 zeros. This was the modern world. Young people walked along a mountain path. The maiden asked how it was possible to build such a huge and majestic city without relying on the power of spells. He replied that it was built on technology. The companion said that before, the connection between the heavenly court and the 1,000 worlds was very close, and even the heavenly court was closely connected with the small world in many respects. They followed into a cave in the rock. The young man told the girl that they had come, and this is the place where he felt the presence of energy and saw the door to the heavenly kingdom. And this is also the place where something was hidden for him to find. There was a door in the cliff face and a blue sign that seemed to be in 2 halves. He said that he had absorbed most of the spiritual to see, but it seemed to be working. The young man put his hand up to the sign and asked, "Show me how to take it apart." He didn't know if it would work now. His palm glowed blue. The young man's gaze was fixed on the symbol. He could not take his eyes off it. Trying not to blink his eyes, he looked, peering at the changes in the symbol. The fog was dissipating more and more. Suddenly, a gate appeared to the youthful gaze, and behind it were triangular silhouettes of something. He thought, "What is this? What a small world." The young man did not understand what kind of place this was, because the atmosphere did not seem real. He made out the vague silhouette of a girl sitting on a balcony on which a skeleton was depicted. Suddenly, our hero extended his hand and said, "He sure." From what he saw, his eyes began to look as if enchanted, without blinking at the picture that had arisen. The hand was rushing into that opening picture. The Holy Virgin asked what happened to him because he suddenly stopped moving. The young man said that everything was fine, he just saw something he didn't expect. He thought that these were remnants from other worlds. Then, Hai Su said that there is no use in thinking too much. You just need to finish this early so you can rest later. The guy suggested that she should go shopping, a spa, or a strip show later. The girl said what nonsense he was talking about. Then we'll see. Then she thought about it. She said that she would like them to be together and to find a deserted, uninhabited place for this. Elisa continued to dream of solitude with the Celestial Lord. She said, "And then?" The guy stopped her fantasies, telling her to wait because it was a terrible thought. The girl finished her sentence by saying that another good fight with you. It was as if she was under a spell. Lights shone in her eyes. The young man did not expect such a turn. He said pointedly, "Huh?" But he expected to hear something more interesting. The girl said that the battle of heavenly tribulation at the beginning, for various reasons, she did not like at all. It is really too sad. If possible, she really wants to repeat it with him. The guy raised his hand up, like in a lesson, and said, because he could never forget such pain that penetrates deep into the soul. So it was thunder that created a mistaken opinion about it in her. The beauty got confused in his reasoning and said that what difference does it make? Let him just say yes or no. The young man replied, "If she thinks so, then good." Our hero stepped down from a large rock and said that getting to know the needs of employees is necessary for development. So don't worry, he will make sure that she is satisfied. Meanwhile, the Guardian showed the building of the Heavenly Court on the Molan monitor. Zhu said it is easy to go from saving to spending and difficult to go from spending to saving. Phoenix Girl said that this map is necessary for the game and that she will download it to her as soon as she configures the plugin. The Guardian was very pleased with herself and even clapped her hands. The System Girl immediately began to analyze what was said and repeat questions about different concepts. Plugins, loading, how to add. Suddenly, the two girls heard the voice of Mr. Celestial, who said that he had returned and that they should allow him to teach them. He flew through the air, holding Elisa in one hand and a bag in the other. Zhu pressed Molan's belly, who had a bright glow visible from her chest. Our hero, looking at the girls, thought that maybe he had come at the wrong time. The Guardian confirmed that she was just passing on important lessons to Molan from the Godborn. The girls then drew attention to the state of the Holy Virgin. The Phoenix Girl asked what happened to her, how it happened that she was in such a state. The guy continued to hold the girl under his arm, like a big doll, upside down. The gentleman replied that she was fine because he simply drained her vital energy because she needed rest. The young man handed Elisa into the arms of the System Girl. Zhu asked Hai Su what he did to the sweet, innocent girl since she was still a newbie. He replied that they should discard the strange fragments in their heads because he did it for her own sake. Suddenly, the maiden opened her eyes. Mo Lan, who was holding her in her arms, noticed that she had woken up. Elisa told the Phoenix not to blame the master, since she did it of her own free will. The girl was very weak and began to say something quickly. She said that, worthy of the current Lord of the Kingdom of God, this strong hand quickly destroyed her defense. But next time, after these words, the maiden lost consciousness. The other two girls stared at our hero, their faces very demanding. They couldn't find the words to call him. The young man looked at the monitor. Zhu screamed what he did to Elisa because she was still unconscious. The guy told them not to make him laugh because he was just trying to satisfy his subordinates. The guardian turned away from the Celestial and explained that in front of him was the map of immortal opinion, an artifact that she had recently completed, and it was needed to plan the construction of the Celestial Court. Zhu described how the system works because she came up with a lot to make their work easier, and you can select an improvement or level up on the interface. All this works in real time. The Phoenix Girl continued that the places on the map that have not yet been restored are highlighted in grey, and the buildings of the Heavenly Court must also be maintained by the Celestials living here. Then the compiler of the system walked over the monitor, extending her hand forward and saying that what follows is the most important part for them. On the monitor, which has great incomparable power and is similar to a mirror because it serves to show the change in the law, our hero realized that initially this was the place where the gods of the Heavenly Kingdom cultivated and honed their martial arts. Therefore, the higher the level, the more complex the art. He was glad. The girl explained to the master that the tower was an ideal option for his training and he could find a solution to the problem with his immortal soul and mortal body. The guy was very interested in this. Zhu concluded that the 9 Golden Treasures Pagoda is very special and opens a level depending on the amount of vitality, and, according to her calculations, the first level will open after one more world. The Guardian stated that she, having examined several small worlds, used a mirror to find those who could inhabit the first 4 floors and needed to ascend. The young man was very happy and said that this means that they will not only be able to continue the upgrade, but will also have small worlds at their disposal. Then our hero suggested that he recommends first finding the chosen one from the Palace of Beasts. The system displayed different messages on the monitor. The Beast Palace began to glow, having a yellow aura. Hai Su asked the keeper what the animal palace was for, since a red table for casting flames would be better. She replied that it is very difficult to draw out a casting table, so we start with the palace. Then the Phoenix Girl added that you shouldn't be upset if he hits the blue color of this really useless temple, because it will be useful. The young man told her to shut up because he felt that he was losing strength from her words. He was annoyed that everything was not the way he wanted. Zhu told the guy not to be so angry because she was just blah blah blah. At these words, the girl openly began to straighten her dress, exposing her legs high. Then she stood near the mirror where maps appeared with worlds from which he had to choose. Mr. Celestial held out his hand to the monitor. He needed to draw 1 card out of 10. He repeated to himself that there was only 1. The hand itself reached out to the yellow card. Suddenly the monitor lit up and the map, increasing in size, showed an image of a very beautiful girl with large breasts. She had straw-colored hair and large green eyes. Then the keeper said that this was a good choice, so let him call Mo Lan and she would open the tunnel for the 2 of them. Suddenly, she said what was happening. Our hero repeated after her. The Phoenix Girl concluded that the passage had hit something and became unstable, so this time she would have to guide them herself. Our hero asked if she couldn't control it remotely. The Phoenix Girl asked him not to worry because there are no accidents. Zhu looked at her hand, which began to be drawn in by the energy of the tunnel. She screamed in surprise. Our hero rushed into the portal after her. He tried to grab her hand, shouting, "What?" In an instant, the guy reached Zhu, and they spun in a stream of energy that carried them into a small world. The young man hugged the girl so that they would not get lost in the tunnel. He spread his legs wide, trying to fix the position as the girl's legs left the ground. The mirror, having opened the portal for a moment, closed it again. It showed a blue light that burst through space. At this time, when all this was happening, Mo Lan was next to Elisa, who was still lying on the ground in a faint state. The system girl realized that the portal had opened and took the master and Zhu. The girl just didn't understand why it all happened so quickly. After all, she had to follow to another world, but the mirror reflected only the sunlight of the palaces. It closed. The tunnel's circulation worked at breakneck speed. A whirlwind of energy carried 2 figures that were like grains of sand in this space. The movement of their bodies was so fast that it seemed as if their bodies were in 3 places at once. The guy screamed, holding the girl and pressing her to him, Or she is sure that this is not a time warp. A powerful beam pierced space, reaching the ground of a small world whose number was 0016. The girl said that there could be no mistake. They must get into the world that he chose. Dust and small stones dispersed. Our hero was stretched out on the ground, with a small yellow chick sitting on top of him. The phoenix bird said that in the future, when upgrading the mirror, it will act more carefully. The guy took the bird by the paw and said that he was worried that nothing would happen to it. She said, "Stop talking about her because can't he feel something under his ass?" The young man jumped up and suddenly saw below him a small white fluffy animal. He cried out in surprise who it was. The chick sat on the master's shoulder. The guy said, picking up the little fox, that it was almost done, but the animal was still breathing because it almost took its life. The keeper said that foxes are very vindictive, and if he dies, he will turn into a ghost. Suddenly, the little fox shook his head. The young man said that if it were the spirit of a 1,000-year-old fox, capable of turning into a woman, then he would still be interested. But this is a baby who is afraid of the devil. Suddenly, the little fox jumped up and bit the young man on the hand with which he was holding the animal. The Lord cursed and screamed in pain that this little fox was biting. A second later, the creature had already disappeared under the bushes. The guy, holding the bite site, told them to forget about it. Then he asked the phoenix if she was sure that this was the right destination. The guardian said that this world is considered a small, unique world that is full of spiritual energy, and all beings here become stronger under its influence. The bird continued that humans and monsters were fighting for survival here, but the prince made peace between humans and beasts by opening the spirit-beast cultivation system and stopped the disputes completely. Suddenly, the guy, on whose shoulder the animal was sitting, said that the animal is a spirit, and the pairing of a person and an animal is done to create a connection. Our hero said nothing more. Our hero thought because he and the chick look very organic in this world. Besides, this is probably a very stable world, isn't it? Therefore, since there is no danger, their mission. The phoenix bird objected, sitting on the shoulder of the young man, who said that there was no danger. There was a noise, someone was approaching. The phoenix bird said that this is not what is needed. A small white fox ran ahead. A monster on 6 legs ran behind it and tried to grab the animal with its long arms. The monster also had a tail that curled upward. Our hero said that it was that fox again, and she was luring monsters, but this was a very big monster. Phoenix said that although they have the same appearance, the principle of appearance is different. Hai-Su took out his card, but for some reason it didn't work. He said that the creatures mutated due to an overabundance of food because there was an imbalance of elements because we help and we are in the calculation. But the young man could not understand why his card did not work here. He threw it away. The phoenix bird looked down. Suddenly, all the birds in the forest perked up and began to fly over the trees. The guy said, "What's going on? What the hell?" A loud noise was heard in the forest. The gentleman began to run, with a little fox running next to him. The guy said that life energy had disappeared into thin air and he couldn't use it. The little bird said that the prince did it. Our hero ran with all his might, but the little fox overtook him. He said, "Not only has this little beast brought danger, but he still cannot outrun him." Zhu said that 2 legs can overtake 4. The monster ran after the fugitives. The monster spread its arms wide and moved quickly on 6 legs. The guy said that the monster was chasing him, not the animal. Mr. Celestial fled with all his strength. He told the bird that the monster was in better shape than he thought, so they needed to find a moment. The guy was out of breath. Phoenix said the ground was shaking. Suddenly, someone appeared from above. The guy heard someone say, "Get out of the way." He raised his head and saw a girl jumping from above. People almost collided with each other. Our hero continued to run. But then he realized what he had just seen. He shouted, "Oh, damn!" The phoenix bird said that she was our goal. The girl appeared. The guy slowed down, falling to one knee. He shouted what she said. Then, Mr. Celestial remembered what the girl on the card he chose looked like. He thought the look really matched. The girl sat on the ground and touched her head with her finger. She said she punched a big hole in it. Her appearance was very strange. Then, the girl waved hello. The guy thought, is this really how all the people in this world look? The girl was attractive, with long hair and big green eyes, but she was so huge. But the beauty looked cheerful. She asked our hero if he was okay and to never do anything so dangerous again. The guy shouted from below that everything was fine with him and he was here to lead her to ascension. Then the guy wondered if he was really here to lead her to ascension, such a big girl. The girl, sitting next to the monster she was reading, said that the next time he did not behave well, she would hit him hard. Hai Su stood next to them, but he was very small. Our hero thought that he was so small compared to them that they hardly heard him. It seemed to him that maybe he was talking to himself. Suddenly there was an explosion, but its energy was light. Someone's voice said, "Okay, come back, Ball." It was as if something was shining very clearly in the forest. Our hero thought, imagining the battle between two monsters, that the combination of spirit beasts, the cultivation system of this world, is even more amazing than he thought. If they fight, it will be powerful. The stranger girl stood up and stretched. She said no one was hurt this time, otherwise the company would have been looking for trouble again. There was a feeling around that everyone was happy to see her. The young master said that this beauty deserves to become his favorite, and with such talent, she will follow him to the next stage of enlightenment. The young man imagined how he would tell the girl that he was the supreme ruler of heaven and had come to lead her to immortality, and, if she passed his test, to ascend to heaven. But in fact, Mr. Celestial was standing next to the beauty with a ridiculous look. She asked him what was going on, why he hadn't left yet. The guy again indulged in fantasies and thought that his first appearance should be spectacular and very elegant. He imagined himself in long, beautiful robes with a wide belt in the clouds. This time, everything somehow went wrong, because he was persecuted from the very beginning and he was saved by the target and not the other way around. The bird told him not to make her ashamed to follow him then. The young man told the girl that she would be taken to work in a good place where she would be fed, housed, and she would never die. The girl replied that she did not want to go that far. The guy added that by joining now, she will be able to fulfill her desires for free and get rid of obsessions. At these words, the girl became thoughtful and said that she wanted plum pie. The master said that after ascension she will be able to comprehend the great Tao, which should be the cherished desire of all practitioners, because it is true. He tried so hard to explain his mission that he got carried away. But the girl replied that she understood, because he was lost. That's why he was talking to her. The girl did not understand much of what he said. The stranger got up and walked along the path. She offered to take him to the city. Our hero said, following her, that let's assume for now that this is so. The two of them followed out of the forest. A small white fox, hiding behind a tree, followed them with a gaze. She watched them all this time. When the satellites reached the city, they mixed with the city crowd. Mr. Celestial, together with a bird on his shoulder, followed the stranger. There were many pairs of people and animals in the city. The beauty took the guy into some building. There, she hit the wooden counter with her hand, creating a dull sound. There was a girl secretary behind the counter. The beauty told her, calling her little sister, that she had found something today. Then the girl pointed at our hero and said that he was stupid. He was lost in the forest, so she did her job, right? The bird told the guy that she said that all the time. Hai Su himself thought about it, because what can you do? The beginning was not very good, and maybe she is not interested in ascending to immortality. Phoenix said that if they couldn't, they would have to forget about it. The young man said that it is not easy to become immortal because everyone has their own path, so there is no need to force it. The little bird did not answer, but only ruffled its feathers. The beauty screamed, how could they do this? Because they said that if she completed 1,000 quests, the guild would consider her request. The secretary said that they did not give any assignments today. A group of hunters entered the hall. They brought a large cage in which lay a creature that looked like a flying cat. Their leader told everyone to get out of the way as they were interfering with their mission. The girl, seeing the little animal, ran up to the cage. She said that it was an endangered winged tiger because the guild promised that it would not catch them. The man replied that she should mind her own business. The leader with a hairstyle like a punk shouted that they, the masters, have the ability to prevent the evil plague from harming people. Someone asked him again what he said was an evil plague. Our hero, who stood a little apart from those speaking, asked what it was. Lights of energy began to flash here and there in the hall. The leader asked why it suddenly became hot. The air in the hall became heated, and sometimes fiery feathers flew in it. They circled above the hunters. Suddenly, the leader shouted that they would come to his aid. He grabbed onto his butt, which had just been hit. Small explosions here and there on the men's bodies made feathers of fire. In a small courtyard near the guild building, the sun illuminated the sidewalk with its rays. Someone's light footsteps were heard there. It was a phoenix girl who flew here as a small yellow phoenix bird, and here she was already reincarnated in human form. It was her fiery feathers that attacked the hunters in the hall. Our hero realized this, so he went out into the courtyard and saw the keeper. He asked if she was okay because she almost burned the city. The girl stood in a narrow passage, pressed against the wall. The girl replied that everything was fine and she had everything under control. Her eyes reflected universal sorrow, as if she knew more than she said. The young man asked the phoenix girl what this evil plague was. He had never heard such a name. The fiery phoenix bird in a maiden form replied that it was the culprit of the destruction of the heavenly court and the crushing of all worlds. If you have watched this far, I am very grateful to you. I hope you enjoyed this video because I put a lot of effort into creating it. I would be very grateful if you like this video and subscribe to the channel.